Good morning, distinguished guests, our co-hosts, ACF Portugal and ACF Greece. Thank you so much for collaborating with ACF Malta and all participants. It is with great pleasure and anticipation that I welcome you to this significant gathering focused on a topic of utmost importance: affordable housing. This conference marks an opportunity for us to come together, share our insights, and collaboratively address one of the most pressing challenges of our time. Housing is not merely a basic human need. It is the foundation upon which thriving communities are built. It provides us with more than just shelter. It is a place where dreams take root, families grow, and individuals find a sense of belonging. However, we find ourselves at a juncture where the availability of safe and affordable housing is becoming increasingly scarce, posing a significant threat to the well-being and prosperity of countless individuals and families. The statistics are staggering: soaring rent prices, skyrocketing property values, and a growing gap between income and housing costs. For many, the dream of home ownership has become unattainable, pushing people into precarious living situations, or forcing them to allocate disproportionate amounts of their income to housing expenses. This not only affects individuals' financial stability, but also hampers our community's potential to flourish. Yet amidst these challenges, we stand united by a shared determination to find solutions. Our presence at this conference signifies our commitment to exploring innovative strategies, engaging in open dialogues, and forging partnerships that can pave the way towards a future where affordable housing is a reality for all. Today, we are fortunate to be joined by a diverse group of experts, advocates, policymakers, and practitioners who will be sharing their invaluable knowledge and experiences. I encourage all of you to actively participate, exchange ideas, and contribute to the rich tapestry of discussions that will unfold during this event. Let us remember that affordable housing isn't just an abstract concept. It's about ensuring dignity, stability, and opportunity for all members of society. Let this conference serve as a catalyst for change, inspiring us to work tirelessly towards a future where affordable housing is not just a distant goal, but a fundamental right for every person. Thank you, and let us embark on this journey of discovery and collaboration together.
So, good morning, everyone. It's so amazing to see familiar faces and new faces. And of course, this is very heartwarming to see that we can have such an amazing debate, hopefully thought-provoking, if not provocative. We do want to take the conversation to that level to see what can be done in order to improve the situation on affordable housing, not just in Malta, but across the Mediterranean. So this conference is very specific. However, before I delve into, what the aim of this conference is about, so I will, give you a bit of a context of where we want to head with this conference. I'd like to start by thanking all of our co-hosts who have made this conference possible. Thank you, and thank you for being here too. We really appreciate it. But of course, I must thank SOS Malta Claudia, Graziella's not yet. Thank you for making it happen. And of course, for working tirelessly for the betterment of our society, which of course has to be, acknowledged. And of course, as I said, thank you for traveling from beyond our shores for those, foreign speakers, including the local ones. So before I give the floor to our distinguished speakers from Housing Europe, I would like to use this next 5 minutes, I promise I've timed myself, to contextualize, as I said, the ethos of this conference. So I would like to start in a different way. I'd like to tell you a story, okay? So let's imagine for just a moment how your life would be. Oops, thanks. How your life would be if you lived in a poorly regulated housing system. Imagine if your housing situation depended on a month-by-month rental agreement and that you could be evicted without any good reason. Imagine if your financial income was on a week-by-week basis and that you keep missing paying rent or a loan mortgage. Such financial precarity may well leave you with no choice but to borrow money illegally, as it often happens. Besides your precarious financial situation, imagine if your house was of low quality standard, poorly insulated, or with inadequate street connectivity to generic amenities, and of course, main transport routes. Imagine you had no one to care for your child or sick significant other father while you went to work. Imagine how your daily state of mental health would be if you found yourself in a similar situation. So this is the story of what I have named the modern dweller. So this is a portrait, which is a very real story. So I did not make it up. It is a fictitious character, okay, that captures the diverse housing experiences that I encountered and collected over the past 20 years. Through long-term anthropological experience in cities, in urban settings of both Malta, including England. The collective experience within this character demonstrates how difficult life can be when dwelling in a dysfunctional housing system and one that lacks affordable housing. The lack of care in this portrait is omnipresent, and I think this is something we really need to be focusing on: care, the infrastructure of care. It is lacking in serving dwellers a caring and morally just existence. It also illustrates how the housing industry can itself be the driver of certain abuse, discrimination, inequality, injustice, especially those related to class, gender, ethnicity, and race. Perhaps the time has come to move away from thinking about housing as a commodity. The social value, which is a very big part of this conference, is actually the second part of the title, the social value of our homes. To move away, that needs to be transformed. So the social value of our homes needs to be transformed into an economic indicator, which can be done by moving beyond GDP. And as you can see from this slide, abandon a dysfunctional economic indicator as a guiding metric for policy, and a broader invitation to think about living in an economy that focuses on social prosperity and on a livable planet, as we will hear later from Housing Europe in relationship to climate change. This requires metrics that can serve as a coloring map to indicate how systems are progressing, including the success in serving society. What we must not forget is that such a radical pathway also requires, and this is very important, this is where all the world is now heading, and we must also head in that way as Malta and as the Mediterranean. So it requires centering indigenous knowledge systems and values, and the voices, solutions, and perspectives of feminists and decolonial thinkers from the global south too. So let me give you a little example of how, all these missed opportunities within the GDP, how they're not counted for. What actually is this telling us? What are we really missing out? So the invisibility of care work in the formal economy has led to it acting as a hidden subsidy to the market economy. Of the total number of hours worked weekly around the world, 45% is in unpaid care work, with its contributions excluded from GDP calculations. And I mention this example because most of this care happens behind closed doors in our homes. So this is not actually being acknowledged. The informal economy, the informal care. So care activities and ecosystems only become valuable and counted in GDP when they are resources that can be owned, controlled, and sold. For example, both extractive and reparatory environmental activities are counted as positive contributions to GDP. However, what is being missed is the maintenance and preservation beyond the market economy, because they're not countable or seen as accountable. Hence, affordable housing and governance must inform each other to accommodate the diverse needs of different groups of people. Our understanding of a housing system should not be limited to its legal, economic, and political framework only. Its social value needs to be counted in the weight it carries in sustaining the economy. So this slide, I thought, is quite, in a way, would put everything together of what we're going to be hearing today, in the sense that, you know, our homes need to be seen as generators to human flourishing. Okay? They need to be seen as connectors. They connect citizens to the community, but also they need to be connected to open and green spaces, because we all know that without that, we have mental health related issues which go from one ministry to the other. So we need to have home, to see home in the round and be included in all policies, not just housing. Our homes is actually about the self, about who we are as human beings, how we become human beings. So to conclude, the aim of this conference is to problematize the status quo of contemporary housing systems through the role that affordable housing has on society and how it can contribute to reshaping an infrastructure that cares. The aim is to broaden the meaning and the remit of what affordable housing is, whom it is built for, what it stands for, what it can achieve, and how it can narrow the injustice and discrimination inbuilt within a housing system. So I shall stop here, and without any further ado, I would like to invite our colleagues from Housing Europe to come up, and I will start by inviting Maria Montes Miguel. Welcome. We also have Clara Maffei. So I'll start by introducing Maria. So Maria Montes Miguel is the managing director of AVS, which is a Spanish public company that manages almost 10,000 dwellings of the Asturias government with an average rent of 76 euros. More than 23,000 people live in social housing in Asturias. In 2028, Maria was appointed vice president of AVS, the Spanish Social Housing Association, made up of 150 public members at local and regional levels in Spain. Jointly managed 350,000 public and social dwellings in Spain. Since 2020, Maria has been an active member of the Board of Directors of Housing Europe. And in 2022, she was elected as the president of AVS. Clara, I'll introduce you just before you start. So I'll give the floor to you, Maria.
Thank you, Rachel. Well, first of all, I'd like to thanks to the organizers of this event, Malta, for inviting AVs and the Spanish social housing sector from Spain to participate in this conference. I apologize for my Spanglish pronunciation. I promise you I'll do my best for getting your understanding. And I'll try in 10 minutes, because my colleague Clara and me, we will share the presentation. So I have 10 minutes, my colleague Clara has another 10 minutes. So I will try to summarize the 2 key points of my presentation. The 2 key points, the presentation is divided into parts. The first one, I'll try to summarize the key or the basic ingredients in order to build a social housing system that works. So according with the publication Housing 2030, published by UNESE. And the second part, I will show you a practice example of collaboration between 3 countries from the Mediterranean axis, so Portugal, Spain, and Italy, in order to improve our national social housing system. So, well, I will start. Sorry, I have to, yeah, okay. 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 So the first one, as I mentioned before, the key elements for developing social and affordable housing system, and the second one, an example of cooperation between 3 Mediterranean countries. Oh my God. The other one? Yes, another, please. Yeah. Another one. Thank you, Rachel. So I think it's a good exercise if we think about some previous questions, always according, as I mentioned before, with the publication from Housing 2030. So previous questions before building a social housing system. So the first one is why is housing unaffordable and inaccessible for some households in my country? So it's I think is the first question we have to think about. The second is what changes to the housing system could increase access to affordable housing. We have to think about which policy tools are appropriate to generate required outcomes. And the fourth, it's good to think on what capabilities are required to implement this policy at the appropriate scale. So there are 4 simple questions, but 4 very important questions before building or before thinking in a social housing system at national or regional level. So, Rachel, please. The next. So according to the Housing 2030 publication, the ingredients, the basic ingredients are 4, and I added another one. I added accessibility. So the 4 key ingredients are governance, finance, land policy, and carbon neutral. Governance, what are we talking about? When we talk about governance, we are talking about political commitment. Without political commitment, there is no social housing system. So I think is the key element for building a successful social housing system. When we talk about the governance, we are talking about the participation of key stakeholders. I mean, public and private sector from the from housing, and we are talking about a clear roadmap because I have in mind that social housing policy is a long policy in time. So it's the results of the policy are in 5, 6, 10 years, 15 years. So we need a clear roadmap, and governance means also a regulatory framework and a clear vision and objectives about social housing policy. When we talk about finance, okay, we are talking about investments, we are talking about economical resources, and I think that social housing system requires hard and soft investments. Hard investments means to build dwellings, buildings, retrofit, renovation, but it's important to think about soft investments. And with soft investment, I mean social support for tenants, social support for people, specific programs for improvement, the coexistence in the neighborhood. So soft investment, not only hard investments, but it's very important, even I think, in the Mediterranean countries. So the soft investments are really important and really key. With land policy, obviously, we need land to build new buildings, to build new affordable and social dwellings. Urban developments are really important, and I think that the land policy is key in order to guarantee the future social inclusion in the social housing system, because some politicians have the temptation of choosing bad lands, sometimes far away from the center of the city, or in the future where buildings are constructed, where there are buildings in the future, it is a factor of exclusion and not of inclusion. So it's land policy is really a key policy in order to guarantee the social inclusion in the future, social housing dwellings or affordable dwellings. Last week or 2 weeks ago, I don't remember, I received a call from the minister in Spain, and they want to know the available lands in Spain, property of public and private, mainly private, public social housing operators, and we are elaborating a map of attractive lands, because the ministry wants to support the acquisition, we want to support with financial resources the development of these areas, of these lands. So it's a good news, because there is a strong commitment of developing a social housing system in empty lands, but attractive lands. And they want to know, or they want also to know the demand of this land. So we are elaborating. I think it's it will be a good tool for the future for an appropriate social housing policy. And we talk about carbon neutral or energy efficiency in building. My colleague Clara will talk specifically on this topic. So I don't want to say anymore. She will say better than me about energy efficiency and carbon neutral. And I have added accessibility. Accessibility is not a key ingredient in the Housing 2030 publication, but I think that is another basic ingredient for a successful social housing policy, social housing system. We have in Europe and in the Mediterranean countries an aging population who live in dwellings without lift, who live in dwellings with a bathtub and without shower. So they live not only in the building, even in the dwelling, but at level outside. There are many steps, so inaccessible areas. And I think it's accessibility is another key or basic ingredient if we want to, when we think about people who live in the social housing dwellings. So, okay, please. I highly recommend the reading of this guide. I think Rachel has participated in so it's a guarantee for reading this guide, the participation of an expert such as Rachel, and every key ingredient has a toolkit. So I think is a good a good toolkit for thinking on the design on the main tools in practice for development of a social housing system. So I highly recommend the reading of this book. Please. And now I would like to tell you about a practice example of cooperation between Portugal, Spain, and Italy. We have a long tradition, the social housing providers and the social housing managers who are members of Housing Europe. We have a long tradition of collaboration and sharing practices and learn each other. And we used to meet once per year in different events. I think 3 years ago, not 3 years ago, was a COVID pandemic. I think in 2019, we meet in Gijón, in Asturias, in Spain, about the energy poverty, how to tackle energy poverty, and how to face the situation of many people, many tenants from our sector. And last year we meet in Rome, and we were talking about different systems for managing social housing. So, and the key aspects for an excellence managing of social housing. So we have a long tradition of collaboration, but this year we want to go further. And please. And so it's always in the framework of our membership in Housing Europe. Housing Europe, let me say, that is our home, the international home of social housing providers and social housing managers. So the support of Housing Europe for doing everything is really, really key for us. And please, the next. Okay. This year we decided that there is common features in the Mediterranean sector. We face common challenges, and more or less, in a few words, the common features for us in practice are that the organizations from Portugal, Spain, and Italy, so are publics. We belong to the public sector. We depend on the politicians at national, regional, or municipal level. So this is a feature of the Mediterranean countries, a Mediterranean sector. We are really concerned about looking for the balance between increasing social housing stock, but an appropriate management, because sometimes when we hear from the politicians, the word is only increase the stock, increase. So there is a need of increasing the social housing stock, of course, but then we have to manage. We have to manage people inside the dwellings, and we are really concerned about the professionalization of the sector and an adequate response concerning the management of the social housing dwellings. This is a similar tenure. This is a similar percentage of people living of owners and people living on tenants, so in practice in Spain, Portugal, and Italy, more or less. And we are really focused on people, on people living in the dwelling in their environment. So we summarize the main features in the in the Mediterranean social housing sectors. This is our concern. So we have signed an agreement in order to, to jointly work in order to improve this point. So a better coordination between housing providers and social services, to promote the autonomous life of tenants, establish a common social commitment, and share a code of rights and obligations for tenants. Tenants have rights, but they have also obligations, and promote and value the professional and efficient management of social housing operators, and identify good practices concerning universal accessibility, as I mentioned before. This is a really concern from the social housing sector in the Mediterranean countries. Share and improve a framework of standards, procedures, good practices, etc. And another important objective of this agreement that we have signed last March in the city of Valencia is to increase the visibility of this challenge and these features in the Mediterranean countries in the institutions of the European institution, in the European Parliament and the European Commission. Okay, yeah, I think it's the last one. So this commitment that we have signed in Valencia last month was named Declaration of the Pantheon of Agrippa, and it was signed between the three countries. I invite you, mainly the people who is from Greece and from Malta, to further in a further conversation about this agreement. And thank you very much.
Yes. Maybe come, Rachel.
So Clara manages the EU-funded innovation projects in Housing Europe related to energy transition in social and affordable housing, that is positive energy neighborhoods, district renovation, and circular construction products and processes. She has recently taken over the dossier on climate adaptation in housing. Clara has previous work experience with citizen-driven urban development and open innovation through Living Labs. Clara, the floor is yours, and thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Clara Maffei. I'm Innovation Officer at Housing Europe. And it's a pleasure to be here today with you all in Malta as my first time in the country. And I would like to thank SOS Malta on behalf of Housing Europe for inviting us here and letting us share our vision on sustainable housing in the Mediterranean region. I got the gist. So Housing Europe is the European Federation for Public, Social and Cooperative Housing. It's a member-based association. We have members across 25 countries in Europe, including our Spanish member, AVS, that Maria is representing today. At local level, we represent 43,000 housing companies. We are based in Brussels, and we work with EU institutions to essentially improve regulation, knowledge, and investment in the social public housing sector. We all work towards the same goal, which is to provide decent and affordable housing for all. And yes, today I wanted to bring the climate and sustainability angle to affordable housing applied to the Mediterranean region. And I thought it might be worth remembering a bit the concepts of what we understand as climate adaptation, what we understand as climate mitigation, and the very thin line that separates both. So climate adaptation, as according to the European Environment Agency, is anticipating the adverse effects of climate change and taking action to prevent or minimize the damage they can cause. So it's essentially adapting to the current and future process of climate change and taking action today. And some examples range from large-scale infrastructure developments to protect buildings from sea level rise to behavioral shifts such as reducing food waste. Whereas mitigation is making the impacts of climate change less severe by preventing or reducing the emission of greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. So essentially, human interventions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through renewable energies, for example, or increasing the storage of these gases through reforestation, for example. And how do we adapt to climate? So it's not an easy process, it's very complex, but we can mention 5 steps that can help us guide this process. Starting with preparing the ground. So this is very important. This means knitting an institutional, economic, and social safety net to build resilience against what climate change might bring tomorrow. These may include climate adaptation agreements integrated into policy, identifying human, technical, and financial resources, and establishing vertical and horizontal mechanisms. So this is so important, this is vital, and we see that today with the deadly disasters of Libya and Morocco, how important it is to have a strong institutional, economic, and social safety net to protect us from the adverse effects of climate change. Second is assessing what the local reality, our context. So identifying what are the climate change hazards, the risks, and what are the vulnerabilities of our region. Third is agreeing collectively on what adaptation options are adequate for our context. Fourth is implementing these adaptation actions across different sectors. And fifth is monitoring and evaluating impact and performance of these options. So the reason why I guess we are here today is because the Mediterranean region shares key features in terms of climate hazards and vulnerabilities that make us particularly sensitive to climate change. So identifying what these vulnerabilities are and what adequate adaptation options we have can help us make our region more resilient to climate change. So I'm sure you're all fully aware of what climate-related hazards we have in the Mediterranean, but to identify these better. So compare the sources, again, the European Environmental Agency, a tool they have, or a unit, the European Climate Risk Typology. So compared to the EU average, which is the blue line, some climate-related hazards in in Southern Europe include heat waves, sea level rise, droughts, wildfires, landslides, and coastal hazards. And how do these affect the building sector, specifically in our region? So buildings are affected by sea level rise and extreme waves, heavy rainfall, and temperature increase. Floods have a huge impact on economic losses and property damage. So for example, in Spain, floods have caused property damage of around 800 million euros per year. Rising sea levels and extreme waves also cause huge damages to especially buildings located in the coasts. And in summer, warmer temperatures lead to significant increase in energy consumption, mainly through air conditioning, but also affect the quality of the indoor environment, reducing our thermal comfort, worsening the habitability of the dwellings, and causing deterioration in the building elements and materials. But besides the climate events that the Mediterranean region is exposed to, it's worth looking into what are our vulnerabilities, our weak points. So regions in Europe are more or less vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And this depends very much on the socioeconomic characteristics, not just the physical. So according to the European Environmental Agency, some of these vulnerabilities that make the Mediterranean region makes the Mediterranean region have a weaker adaptive capacity, a lower than average GDP. So this is compared to the EU average. Long-term unemployment rates, higher proportion of aging population, lower than average innovation levels, and long lifespan of buildings and infrastructure. But also worth noting is that the level of impact that climate change can have also varies across society. So the most affected tend to be those that are already at disadvantage because of their age, their health, or their socioeconomic status. So people's ability to cope with climate hazards depends on financial resources, the extent of their social networks, and what concerns us today, the quality of their homes and access to green space. So the lack of adaptation can have far-reaching consequences in the long term on low-income people. And this is why we must ensure the adaptability of social infrastructure such as public and social housing. So integrated climate-proof and adaptive solutions in social and affordable housing is crucial to guarantee climate justice, which is a very important concept to keep in mind. So at Housing Europe, we organize every 2 years an international social housing festival. This year took place in Barcelona, and we organized a session exactly on climate adaptation in the Mediterranean. So we invited a very unusual and extraordinary speaker, Eleni Mirivili, who is the first ever appointed global chief heat officer at UN Habitat. She used to be chief heat officer for Greece, working in Athens. And just quoting her, so first, what we need to do is to measure the problem better, to enable us to have a better insight, understanding, and act through policy. Second, we need short-term solutions to host people that are affected by heat waves and need to leave their homes. And finally, we need to rethink the way we build our cities. So using more permeable materials such as clay, wood, which might mean using older techniques and local materials, and less impermeable building materials such as asphalt, glass, and metal. So I just wanted to give you some examples of adaptive measures that have been implemented in social housing in the Mediterranean. So here we are driving from our members, from the work that Housing Europe members have done. Unfortunately, these 3 examples are all coming from Spain, because this is the reality that I'm most familiar with, as I'm Spanish myself as well. So the first one is in Formentera, in the Balearic Islands in Spain. And the public housing company there, the Housing Institute of the Balearic Islands, IBAVI, they completed 18 new public housing homes for low-income people in 2018 using European funding from the LIFE program. And these homes were in these homes, they reused Posidonia, which is a seagrass that is endemic to the Mediterranean, for insulation of the building. They also use other local materials, bio-based materials from the island, so sandstone, earth, wood, Posidonia again, and they also reused demolition resources. So this was triggering, again, actually the traditional industries in the Balearic Islands, and were using materials that were adapted to the local climate conditions of the island. They also use passive cooling designs to let the air flow through corridors, etc. And the aesthetics are quite nice. A second example are a couple of guides to assist social housing companies in strengthening the building resilience. So this is coming from the region of Valencia. It's the Building Institute of Valencia. So it's a public agency that advises and assists the regional authority in delivering and managing public housing. The first guide is a tool to assist to design new and existing urban public spaces in the Mediterranean against the urban heat island. And the second one, it's a tool to assist to evaluate the vulnerability of buildings to flooding. So it estimates the probability of the building being damaged, and it estimates also the severity of that damage. It also proposes some measures to prevent the building from being damaged from flooding. So just to give you a taste, on the heat island guide, these are some measures proposed to avoid the heat island effects on social housing buildings in cities. So some types of payments, water drainage, vegetation, shading, water-related elements, etc. And on the building resilience against flooding, here you see that different vulnerability levels that you can assign to a building based on how their walls, facades, floors, and facilities are designed, and also some suggestions of measures that can be adopted against flooding. And just to finalize, a third example is this is coming from the public housing agency from the Barcelona City Council. So they launched an urban challenge to receive solutions of systems to help them renovate and regenerate the public housing stock in Barcelona. So the first one is like a metal module that is easy to assemble and disassemble, so highly circular, because it's possible to reuse after the lifespan in a building, and it incorporates vegetation and PV panels, and it's installed in the different balconies, and it extends the livable space of a dwelling. And the second one are some wooden structures that can be integrated into facades and that come with vegetation as well. So it also expands the indoor space and the external space of the building. So thank you. Happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you, Clara. Thank you, Maria, for your fantastic presentations, for giving us an overview of what's happening in the Mediterranean, the importance of the governance, institutional. So happy to hear about the indigenous, perspective and knowledge that's being included in improving affordable housing. Usually, I always make reference to families and how families, individuals within the household also need to be educated in relation to energy efficiency. So like Maria, like you, accessibility, I would add also the changing, household, which needs to be included, in this whole equation. If we do not have any burning questions for our keynotes, I would like to move on and maybe have the questions all at the end, because we are running a little bit late. Okay, good. So I'd like to introduce the next panel, which is going to be looking at the policy perspective, but policy in action. So I'd like to call Matthew Zerafa to come on stage, please. Meric Ozunies, hopefully I am pronouncing it correctly, and Jorge Malerios. So we'll be looking at now, as I said, this idea of policy. I'm really happy to have the Malta Housing Authority as an ally to the improvement of affordable housing. So I'd like to start with Matthew. Your biography, Matthew, is here. So who is the CEO of the Malta Housing Authority? and he has previously served as the head of the Secretariat and Policy Advisor at the Ministry of Social and Affordable Accommodation, where he worked on housing initiatives such as the rent reform. Matthew, I'll give the floor to you, and then I will introduce you one by one. Okay. And I'm the presentation.
First of all, good morning, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank SOS Malta and your co-hosts. I believe this is a first in Malta of having housing operators joining both local and European operators of housing joining together so thank you for this opportunity. We are proud to be part of this as a housing authority. And we have observed the previous presentations, and we are proud that very recently Housing Europe have told us that our membership has been accepted. So we are joining Housing Europe in the next months. So we are looking forward to having more meaningful conversations and experiences that you've shown on your presentations. And this is a message from us as Housing Authority of openness and support to both local and European operators. I would like to also take the opportunity for the first time publicly to thank Dr. Rachel Shikluna. I know how much she fosters and has at heart and building the housing network. So I've had the experience and the opportunity to work with her on various reforms in Malta. And my message and our message as Housing Authority is one of open dialogical approach towards the housing experience. But let me start so I won't take long because we're already running late. So, exactly. And I am always late as well. So we believe that housing is a reflection of our values in Malta, what we do as what our current housing conditions say about our society. So it's basically a reflection of the housing sector. We are in a world where housing can be traced as the foundation for many human rights. The concept of affordable housing will always be a shared challenge for most of us in this room. And our homes constitute much more than the physical structure of the dwelling, but hold a deeper emotional and psychological significance. We believe that housing is not just merely bricks and mortar, but it is the cornerstone of stable communities and the foundation upon which dreams are built. Malta is a unique blend of tradition and progress, and we embrace economic growth and urban development, but we must recognize the importance of preserving our social fabric and ensuring that no one is left behind. The reality of housing in Malta, as in many other European countries, is a complex one. Malta is a nation of homeowners. The home ownership rate stands at around 80%, and this has remained remarkably stable over the past 15 years, despite increasing concerns that housing is no longer affordable in Malta. Indeed, at face value, concerns about housing affordability are at odds with official statistics, showing Maltese households have among the lowest housing overburdened rates among all EU countries. And the question is, how is this possible? Our cities and rural villages coexist with rising property prices, a booming tourism industry, strong population growth, land scarcity, and an ever-growing need for innovative solutions. When faced with these different market forces, the need for a balancing act emerges even more clearly. We need to be present as a governmental body to identify market shortfalls and address them accordingly, especially when it comes to the most vulnerable members of our society. And we are carefully curating the position of the Housing Authority to ensure a balancing act within this market. Historically, this has not always been the case. Indeed, for many years after its foundation in 1976, the Housing Authority was primarily responsible for building government social housing blocks. For some, the terms housing authority and social accommodation are still used interchangeably, which is not surprising given that this was the primary and sole function of the authority for many years. And whilst providing social accommodation to the most vulnerable in our communities will always remain one of our key goals, we strive to do much more than this. Our vision is captured by our mission statement, which is written in large, bold letters in the entrance to the authority, to provide and sustain decent, social, and affordable housing opportunities, promote stability, and support social mobility. And here is how we're going about it today. But before, let me say a few words on housing affordability. Housing affordability relies and refers to the relationship between housing costs and household income. Whilst this sounds straightforward, measuring it proves to be much more challenging. There are different approaches in literature about this. One approach stipulates that housing costs above some threshold, typically set around 25% to 30% of the household income, places excessive strain on affordability. The reason is that this will leave insufficient funds for other necessities, such as food and healthcare. While commonly used, one problem with this approach is that for some low-income households, even if they spend 25% of their income on housing, they may still be left with inadequate money to cover the basic necessities. Thus, an alternative approach is to focus on whether households can still afford a basic standard of living after housing costs are paid. The Caritas report on the minimum budget for a decent living in Malta falls within this literature. Irrespective of the definitions, it is clear that any serious analysis of affordability cannot just look at the average household, whatever that means, and instead focus on those categories that might be at risk. Our analysis as Housing Authority indicates that affordability can be especially challenging for low-income categories, such as, and these are three profiles that we as Housing Authority have the necessary tools to check. The first one is single persons, which can include young, single, first-time buyers, and those with a relationship breakdown later in life, single parents with dependent children, and large families with 3 or more dependent children. As can be observed in this graph, the identification of these categories allows us to build and maintain a portfolio of schemes and opportunities that address the needs of these households and identify the remaining gaps, as can be easily seen in the graphs. Currently, we have over 16 schemes and opportunities. These are the main tools we use as a balancing force to assist households to adjust to the market situation. Our schemes can be grouped in 3 categories, depending on their intended objectives. Most individuals require that small push forward that enables them to become homeowners. Thus, our first category is intended to do just that, support individuals in becoming homeowners. Among these, we have the provision of social loans, the deposit payment scheme that covers the 10% required as down payment for an interest-free loan, which is an interest-free loan, the amount of the 10%, and equity sharing scheme, whereby the authority enters as a partner with borrowers that are unable to purchase property on their own. And this is most famous with single persons that had encountered relationship breakdown later on in life. Since 2018, more than 1,100 families and individuals have benefited from these schemes. Another scheme is, we name it in Maltese, Sir Sid Darek, where you become an owner, and we encourage residents in government-owned properties to become homeowners. These schemes complement other targeted initiatives for first-time buyers and persons with disability, which, although are not intended to help individuals access the property market, they are more focused on boosting their purchasing power in making their house a home. The second category of opportunities is intended to provide relief and assistance to low-income earners who are not homeowners, yet are able to rent out their own place. The increased demand for rental housing by foreign workers and tourists staying in private accommodation has resulted in an increase in rents that placed excessive pressure on low-income households residing in this sector. Thus, the Housing Benefit Scheme is one of the most prominent schemes in this regard, offering rent subsidies to around 3,360 families at the moment. But apart from rent subsidy schemes, we also offer holistic support to tenants who live in properties leased before 1995, which locally we refer to as the old rent loss regime. This constitutes another measure to make rents more affordable while giving landlords a fair return on their property. Tenants in these properties, most of whom are now elderly, have peace of mind that while their rent will remain affordable, they will not be displaced from the place where they have spent most of their entire lives. Working tenants residing in these dwellings pay a maximum of 25% of their income, with the rest being subsidized by the authority. Since 2021, more than 1,000 households residing in pre-95 dwellings have received this assistance from the Housing Authority. The support ranges from free legal assistance, rent subsidies, and in case of evictions, the allocation of an alternative accommodation. And let us not forget about the rent reform introduced in 2020. While this reform kept the price mechanism untouched for now, it sought and succeeded to introduce basic yet professional standards that are suited for a modern rental market. As my colleagues mentioned from Housing Europe, the need for professionalization of the sector. Finally, the Housing Authority aims to continue to increase the stock of social accommodation, but this is not just about creation of new social housing units, but we are investing to embellish and maintain our current and existing stock. For instance, through the increase of accessibility through installation of lifts and regeneration of entire estates. Through another scheme, the authority leases properties from the private sector for a 10-year period and subleases them at subsidized prices to low-income households. We are also currently expanding our newly formed compliance and enforcement team, which in recent years we have also recovered several keys from elderly tenants who move to public elderly institutions. These units are now available and eligible for new beneficiaries. Let me now conclude. If walls could speak, they would tell hundreds of stories from so many families living around Malta whose life has changed for the better because of these opportunities. But there is still much more to be done. We remain committed to listen and to build bridges. Let me assure that we are always with our ears on the ground and in consultation with stakeholders to identify new pockets of vulnerability. Recent schemes like New Hope and Sensibility are a testament to our sensitivity to assist vulnerable categories that will help to make a difference in the lives of these beneficiaries. We talk with all stakeholders, not just with landlords and tenants associations, but also with NGOs that carry out priceless work in areas like drug rehabilitation, homelessness, domestic violence, persons with disability, and the elderly, just to mention a few. And with these NGOs, who are a much needed voice in our community, shed lights on thousands of silent stories which are faced by people coming from all walks of life. And now, finally, I turn to you. While our approach may differ, our vision is still united, where we believe that housing is not a privilege, but housing is a right. A Mediterranean region where affordable housing policies do not just exist on paper, but they thrive in action, touching lives and igniting positive change. We need more platforms like this in which we can discuss and explore collective ideas to continue shaping the housing sector. Thus, as a Malta Housing Authority, we remain steadfast in our mission to transform the reality of housing in Malta, and we look forward to embark on this journey with you. Our door is always open. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, for giving us this really nice, overview of the housing situation in Malta. And that's exactly what we want to do with this panel. Bring this comparative perspective between Greece, Portugal, Malta, but also these differences and how we can learn from each other. Now, I would like to introduce Meric Ozunjes, right? Who is the program manager at Major Development Agency of Thessaloniki. She has specific experience in working with local authorities in developing local strategies and interventions on access to housing, homelessness, and integration of migrants and refugees. She's also a member of various housing networks such as RU, FEANSA, Greek Network for the Right to Shelter and Housing. Meric, the floor is yours. I'm putting up your slides.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me and having me. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to give a little bit of context about Greece, which we usually lump together with all the Mediterranean countries. But I will try to give a bit of a perspective on, even in the Mediterranean context, Greece still is an outlier and is somewhere at the edges of the housing regimes of the Mediterranean. I also want to say that as the major development agency, we are an intermunicipal agency based in Thessaloniki in the north of Greece, representing 11 municipalities, and we're the operational arm. So in my, let's say, mandate with my colleague Paula here from the agency, we are operationalizing the local strategies for affordable and social housing of the municipality of Thessaloniki, which covers the whole metropolitan area. So just to have that introduction, and also to say that we are a member of Housing Europe, and you will understand why we have no housing stock at the moment, and I think we're the only member which is not managing a social housing stock for now. But I will also explain what we are trying to do in order to be able to develop that stock. So we can go to the next by pushing this button, right? No. Clara, yes, now I managed. So Greece, like Malta, Spain, and much of the southern countries, is based on a very family system. So the housing needs were always expected that the family would be covering those needs, and home ownership was an extremely important aspect of the welfare system as well, which is very, very good for a country, because they did not have to invest very much in welfare policies, because much of it was also, considered as a private matter, and home ownership and property ownership was a very essential element for that. Of course, as you have all followed together with us in the country, the 2008 financial crisis brought an abrupt change to that process. So in the 90s, when people were actually on mortgages, collecting debt, etc., with the financial crisis, there was, skyrocketing of non-performing loans from 4% to 45%. We had a fall of GDP of 30%, incredible unemployment rates, and massive decrease of income, about 40% decrease of income. And now today, what do we have? Of course, we have an increased number of precarious households. We have an increased number of energy poor households. It's one of the highest in Europe. So just to give some data, I had updated the slides, but I sent it so late at night that it's not updated here. But just to give an idea, and I wish we could say that in Greece, we're the champions of some positive things, but we're the champions among EU member states of having one of the highest housing cost overburden for tenants, which is about 80%. And as Matthew was saying, this is calculated like 40%, spending more than 40% of your income. But in reality, this might even be even more, even 25%, 20% would be an overburden for households, given the energy crisis and the cost of living crisis today. And if we look at the poor households in Greece, and tenants, basically, poor tenants, low-income tenants, the housing cost overburden is about 90%. So these numbers are quite huge. And at the same time, we are picking, in Greece, the construction sector that was shrinking is now picking up. We also have a new phenomenon, which it has been happening in Europe, but in Greece it's pretty new, which is corporate landlords, financialization of housing, and huge investments, golden visa, short-term letting, touristification of city centers, which you can see very heavily in the municipality of Thessaloniki. And this has led, in the past year, the data shows us that for some neighborhoods, it's 20% increase in rental or sale prices, but 50%, for instance, in the central municipalities, which is a huge increase in rent and sale prices in 2023. We also have to mention that there is a phenomenon of renoviction. The green transition funds, it's very positive, it's extremely important to improve the energy performance of buildings, but the way it has been used is very much on an ownership basis. It doesn't cover the percentage of coverage of the green transition funds in Greece for whole buildings is very, very minimal. It's mostly provided to individual owners with no protection measures for tenants, which usually also leads to renovation afterwards, what we call renovation. So green transition funds are not adapted to the social protection measures that are necessary, which is a problem. I won't go into the details of this, but just to explain in what context we're operating, what policy context we're operating. There is no national housing policy in Greece. There is 0% social housing stock. And there is no institution with real competence until very recently, where the Ministry of Social Affairs, which is now rebaptized to Ministry of Family and Social Cohesion, has a new General Secretariat, which is in charge of housing and demography. So you understand that, you know, the demographic phenomenon is being linked to the housing issue in Greece mostly. And it's not really, let's say, a general protection issue, which brings me to the new law that was passed in 2023 and announced just before the elections, which is a 5-point funding scheme, which primarily promotes private ownership. So it provides loans and mostly to the demographic category, which can actually support, you know, the demographic improvements, which means youth, couples, married couples, etc. At the same time, there are some measures, for instance, land for flat system, which is like social land for flat system, where public land will be provided either for free or very cheap to private developers so that they can construct buildings and provide a percentage of it for affordable housing, although we don't know the percentage or what affordability means in that context at the moment, because it has not been implemented yet. Do I still have time? 2 minutes? Oh, okay. So as I said, the context that we have in terms of, let's say, the legal instruments is this funding scheme and this law that we have, which is mostly a collection of projects and interventions in the private sector with private owners and promoting ownership. So at the moment, the only thing that we have in our hands is the Recovery and Resilience Fund that is providing the very, very small amount of 1.6 million euros for social housing. This is the first pilot social housing project in Greece. I mean, Portugal, I don't know how many millions of euros is billion for social housing. For social, it's 700 million, or I think. In any case, Spain, if you look at the Southern European countries, the investment only from the Resilience and Recovery Fund is massive compared to our small pilot project, but still. So we kind of call it amongst us as our colleagues, not the pilot project, the Pirates project, because it's the first of its kind. And it's operating in an environment where there's no regulation. There's no regulation of the housing market. There is no really clear legal definition of what social housing is, what affordable housing is, what housing provision is. We, as an agency, with the support of the municipalities, we set up a social rental agency where with support from this program, we are going to be renovating public housing stock so as to develop a publicly managed from vacant public housing and buildings, a stock that is going to be provided at affordable and social prices to vulnerable groups in coordination with municipalities and the ministry. But it is still operating in an environment, as I said, where it's not very facilitatory. So we will have to be obliged to pay income tax on the rents that we generate as a landlord, basically, from the properties that we will be managing. There are no tax incentives or exemptions at the moment, so we're conducting a lot of advocacy for that change to happen, for a legal framework that can facilitate social housing provision, because without that, yes, it will be like a pilot program. That's why we call it the pilot program. And for us, it's also important, well, I'll show you, the vacant housing. We are absolutely one principle, we are not going to build any properties unless it is the use of public land for social cooperatives or cooperative housing. That's another story. But for the provision of social housing, no. And from this graph, you'll see why. Because in the municipality of Thessaloniki, only 30% of the stock is empty, is vacant, is unused. We have urban shrinkage from the municipality of Thessaloniki to the suburbs, about 28%, 30% of the population for the past decade. We really don't need to build new housing units at all. We need to socialize the units that are there, that are vacant. And as you will see from the previous graph, I know I passed the 2 minutes, but they're extremely old. The stock is from 1955 to 1980 in their majority. And their energy performance levels, as you will see, I'm very proud of this. It's very few, but we have 27 public buildings and units allocated to us as the agency, the social rental agency, which we will be renovating and improving their energy performance. And you will see the categories, it's in Greek letters, but the energy performance of these buildings are terrible. Some are from 1955, 1969, 1989. Only there's one built in 2001, and their energy performance is terrible. So we are going to be improving at least by 3 energy performance classes through the renovation investment of these buildings. But most importantly, we are collaborating with the ministry, several ministries, so that this can be upscaled to a national program, which can combine and streamline green transition funding, social financing, and infrastructure funding like ERDF, so that it can be streamlined to provide funding for the socialization of stock and vacant stock, old stock in the country. And all this process, which has been bureaucratically extremely difficult for us, I swear, it has taken extremely long, has helped us to identify what are the legal blockages that we need to address and advocate for, what kind of blueprint we can use to collaborate with municipalities, agreements, formal agreements with municipalities for social rental agencies. So building a blueprint that can be upscaled at the national level, and hopefully we will soon see a national social housing program. I hope so. And yes, I will close here. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Marriage. That was extremely informative. And just quickly, let me tell you that Malta was in a very similar situation. And in the past 5 years, you know, things have shifted. We do have a ministry now that's dedicated, you know, to social and affordable housing. But of course, I will leave this for the discussion later on. So let's just not give up. That's what I say. We'll have to keep fighting. Now I'd like to introduce Jorge Maleros. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly. He is the director at the Institute of Geography and Spatial Planning at the University of Lisbon. He's a geographer by profession, Associate Professor of Human Geography at the IGOT of the University of Lisbon. He's also the coordinator of research group ZOE, Urban and Regional Change and Policies at the Center of Geographical Studies, and a member of the directive board of the Interdisciplinary Collegio Tropical in Lisboa. He is the Portuguese correspondent of SOPEMI OECD, and has coordinated research projects and published in the domains of international migration, social integration, housing, and urban socio-spatial organization. Jorge, I give the floor to you.
Okay. So first, thank you. I want to thank well, SOS Malta and ACF Malta and the other partners for bringing me here. It's a pleasure to discuss these issues about affordable housing in Mediterranean world. I think it's when I was listening to the case of Malta, I think that the type of measures that have been implemented have a lot of things in line with what has been taking place in Lisbon. And when I listen to the situation in Greece, not so much the response, because I think we are closer to the Malta response than to the Greek situation, as it was mentioned about the amount of money that has been put into the housing issues in Greece and in Portugal. There is some difference in the amount, but I think that there are a lot of common elements. And what I will try to, this one, yeah. What I will try to tell you is something about the situation in Portugal, putting it in context, comparing with the European situation. So the first thing has been mentioned by several other colleagues before, and I'll move quickly. It is this idea that housing is more than houses. So it's something which establishes the connection. I'm a geographer, as it has been said. It's something which is connected. Oh, sorry. Okay, great, yes. I'm not very practical with screens and so on. But I was saying, so the issue of housing for us in geography is often something that connects social disadvantage and access to social issues to the issues related to space. So there is this connection between the problems of poverty and exclusion and their, let us say, spatial expressions, such as in segregation or access to spatial resources. This leads us to the issue of, somebody mentioned the right to housing. For us, it's very much the right to the city. And one of the elements of the right to the city is actually housing, because housing is the largest consumer of urban space, more than the other urban functions. And it has been said, it's a space of reproduction, it's a space where identity happens. And we have to think about housing in terms not just of the house, but also of the habitat. I think is something which is spread in recent times. This idea that housing continues in the public space, it continues in the connections between the space, it continues among the identities that people build in the places where they live. Then there is this second issue, which is the tension, this has also been mentioned, the tension between property rights or the economic value of housing, and then the social rights and the social value of housing. I've used here the Human Rights Declaration, where actually housing as a single right is not explicit. Property is, but housing not. Housing is mixed up with other social rights. It's not a single article in the declaration. Now, property deserves a single article, which means something, in my opinion. And then in the Portuguese constitution, the balance is much more clear between both things. Actually, now we have moved from this idea of the classic social democratic welfare state, but already in 1987, our Swedish colleagues said that housing was the wobbly pillar under the welfare state. It was not education, it was not, well, social assistance, it was not health, it was housing. And the big problem is the tension between the economic issue and the social issue. And because housing has always been much more captured as an economic resource, and there's a key element of business and profit, it is much weaker in the sense of capacity of state intervention in the sector, contrary to what usually was the case in areas of education and health, for instance. Of course, there was a commodification of health and of a commodification of education. We all know that. But in housing, this was something that started long before than in the other two cases that I'm mentioning. Then the expansion of this idea of commodification and financialization of housing has led to this situation. I've used here EU, Malta, and Portugal just to show what we all know. So when we look to the housing price, the recent housing price evolution, what we do see is that there is a very strong increase, but stronger in the case of Portugal. And one of the reasons is, it has been mentioned that in the cases of Greece, in the case of Malta, actually in the case of most of the Mediterranean countries, ownership is the most typical tenancy form. Now, this is, as we all know, this is done through mortgages. And as in the case of Portugal, the situation is a bit more complex than in other countries. Yesterday, the European Central Bank increased once again Euribor. So we'll pay taxes a little bit higher than we used to pay next month or in a few months. And the result is that in countries where flat rates are the norm, the impact is lower. In the case of Portugal, the majority of people actually pay variable rates, which means that impacts of increases in what the central bank establishes and then what banks put over it are felt much strongly than in countries where flat rates are more common. So the result is that in Portugal, you see that the increases in prices of home ownership, of the houses that people actually are buying, is stronger than in Malta or in the European Union. When you talk about rents, this situation is a little bit different. And the increases, of course, are higher in Malta and higher in Portugal than on the EU average. But the difference to the European average is not as, doesn't have the same impact in the case of my country as in housing prices. Now, we have talked a lot about affordability and this relationship between what the income of people and what people are paying for the houses. And this is just to say that in the case of Portugal, when we look into this index that is, well, based in what OECD does, we see that Portugal is the second country where this relation is worse. 100 means that the relationship is more or less balanced. And when we see the evolution, in the case of Portugal, it reaches 140. So the housing situation in Portugal is puts families under a particular pressure when compared to other countries of Europe. We can talk about a little bit the housing crisis in many cities of Europe, but in the cases of our metropolitan areas, the crisis is probably stronger than in other cities where the crisis also exists. Then there is the issue of housing conditions. And also here, Portugal stands out for the most negative situation. These are two indicators which are used by Eurostat, and people living in house with leaking roof, Portugal is second after Cyprus, with the highest percentage of dwellings in this situation. Also in the case of, and this is typical of Mediterranean countries, because we think that there is no cold weather in Mediterranean countries. So the result is that in most of Mediterranean countries, the people unable to keep their home adequately warm tend to be higher than in Northern Europe, which seems a little bit contradictory, but it's true. And in the case of Portugal, it's not as bad as in the case of leaking roofs, but we are still in the top 6. And this is the geographical impact of the processes we are experiencing more recently. This process of commodification with financialization in the access of housing and with some kind of withdrawal from the state, for instance, in terms of the offer of social housing. The result is when we compare the professionals and where they're located, so here is Lisbon. This area is Lisbon, this is metropolitan area. What we do see is that liberals actually increase their concentration in the city of Lisbon among this census period. Data for 2021, we already have them, but we haven't yet produced the maps. So those who can afford for housing actually get more concentrated in the central area of the metropolitan Lisbon. When you look to another group, which is intermediate professions, are not the poorest of all, what we do see is that the number of these dots, which is overrepresentation of this group in the city of Lisbon, actually they don't exist, which means that the middle classes don't have a way of finding home inside the city of Lisbon. So the area where employment is concentrated, which is the area with most geographical access of the entire metropolitan area, is less and less accessible to the middle classes. We are creating more or less a kind of restrictive space in most of the city of Lisbon for those who can afford houses with higher prices. Because as you would expect, the highest prices of houses in Portugal are in the Lisbon metropolitan area, and particularly in Lisbon and in 2 municipalities along the seashores of Cascais and Oeiras. Now, a little bit about policies, and try to move quickly. In the next 5 minutes, I suppose I'll finish. So these were the 3, what I would call the 3 structural guidelines of the past, but which still influence and make us think about what we have produced along 30 years of housing policies. So the first one was this idea that home ownership was the solution for the housing problem. And there was actually a state secretary who apparently mentioned this. We tried to look into, in the late 80s, we didn't find the exact words, but it's mentioned by others that shared within the cabinet in those days that this was actually said. So the idea of home ownership resulted, yes, in an expansion in the access to property. It's not as high as in Malta, but it is still 70%, so quite high, and much higher than in the 70s. It increased the housing for middle and even lower middle classes at more or less reasonable prices. But all this was done through mortgages and bank loans. And the result was that we have an unbalanced socially and geographically housing process. And it was unsustainable and risky, as we know, because when in 2007 we experienced the financial crisis, the result was that people were not able, as in many other places, in Spain, for instance, several families were not able to honor the contracts they had with the banks, and they have to give back their homes, or their housing stress increased substantially if they have lost their employments. So this was an interesting process, but in the long run was clearly not sustainable. And in geographical terms, the result was this was all targeting new construction, and it led to expansion, to suburban expansion, in many cases causing problems of transport, problems of overuse of infrastructures, etc. Then the other side of this policy was a very low bet in the rental market. And we did what other countries also did, was rent freezing, most open-ended contracts. And the idea was protecting the tenants. This is apparently fine, but the issue was, because this was not interesting for landlords, so there was no dynamics
in the rental market, which served well the purposes of stimulating home ownership. In addition, we created a polarized rental sector because the few houses that entered the rental sector started with very high prices to compensate the low prices of the other segment, of the old segment of the rental market. And in addition, the decay of houses accelerated a lot because as most of the rents were very low, landlords assumed that they couldn't afford and spend money in the preservation or the conservation of the houses or in renovation. So there was a strong decay of houses in the centers of the two big cities, Lisbon and Porto, but also of middle-sized cities. After 2012, under the memorandum of understanding that we had to sign due to the problem of indebtedness of Portugal, so we signed, as Greece, we signed an agreement. And one of the elements was housing. One of the elements of the agreement was housing. And there was a strong liberalization attempt in 2012. And the idea was to introduce simpler and faster mechanisms for evictions. In principle, a scheme of rent subsidies to tenants was introduced. And the result was there was some activation of the rental market. That is true. There was an increase in housing rehabilitation and renewal process with a lot of public support, for instance, in investment in the public areas around the houses. And this pushed for the investment of the landlords and in the houses. But the result, as in other places, was renoviction. So a lot of people were evicted because housing prices increased substantially. There was a strong transition to local touristic accommodation, Airbnbs, again, increasing evictions as well. There was direct and indirect housing displacement. So people could not, this idea of creating a kind of protected area for those who had higher rents in the city centers of Porto and Lisbon was stronger and stronger. And there was this increase in prices that we have seen. Finally, the third policy was a curious thing, which is a contra-census policy. In 1993, Portugal created a strong program of construction of social housing. It lasted for more than 20 years. And the idea was to eradicate the shack settlements that existed in the two metropolitan areas. So in this period, more than, I think, 38,000 families were rehoused under the program, as far as I can remember. And actually the program was efficient in the sense that it warranted a dwelling for those who were not able to enter the private housing market. They excluded from the two systems that I've just mentioned before. And it was also innovative in the sense that it included legal migrants. It was the first program that accepted foreigners explicitly, more or less. It was not very explicit, but again, it accepted foreigners for the first time. But despite disadvantages of ensuring shelter to a lot of people, we still produce in some cases, a monoculture of large public housing estates with the more than described in the literature negative issues of the concentration of poor. This idea of, ghettos of the poor, often in peripheral areas. You have two examples here, especially this one down here, which is actually a large state for our standards in a relatively isolated space. The other one is a little bit a different story. Now, what is at stake today? What is changing nowadays? So first, after 2007-2008 crisis, the housing problem became much more prominent in Portugal. One of the reasons is because it's attaining middle classes and even some segments of high middle classes. When we reach those who are not just the usual working classes, an issue becomes much more important in policy terms. And so it's back in the political agenda. There is, again, a ministry whose the name is housing, infrastructures and housing. It was not such, the situation was not this one just 10 years ago. Then several packages to intervene in housing were created. So there was this first new generation of housing policies. Then there is this still controversial program, which is not fully approved because there is a discussion between our president and the government this program called Housing Plus this year. And then, as in Greece, it's the use of PRR money to finance the intervention in housing. Now, I've selected 3 programs of the new generation of housing policies. So the first one is this First Right, which targets families that cannot use the ordinary housing market. It's a multi-funded program that provides a diverse range of housing solutions. So it's not just production of new housing, and it covers rehabilitation, rental of buildings, acquisition of land in the case of some new houses. And this is an example of trying to provide housing for those who cannot access the market. Then there is, I put Gateway here because I think it's an interesting program that can be used for those who need shelter in a very fast, need an urgent shelter. And I believe that this gateway system should be used more, for instance, for migrants. One of the problems in one of the groups that experiences a strong housing stress is non-EU labor migrants. And this Porta de Entrada could be used more to find shelter at an affordable price for these migrants, in addition to responses to eventual natural disasters and other situations that require a quick response. Finally, there is this last program, which is a program for those who cannot use the private market, but also are not poor enough to have access to First Right. So it's in between. It tries to stimulate rental housing. And again, it's a package of different solutions that try to join public and private in this offer. The key instruments, as in many other experiences are done in many places, it's tax incentives for public and private entities that place the dwellings in permanent housing rental. And the idea is, for instance, now, since 2012, we do have very short-term contracts. The idea is to increase the time of the contracts, at least to 5 years or eventually more. And then the last thing is we have municipalized, in principle, the management of these processes through the local housing strategies. Now, the Housing Plus, which is this 2023 program, tries to go a little bit further in the initiatives. And the fiscal package was increased. Then there is an idea of having some kind of rent control, which is common in many cities of the world, even in New York, for instance. So in very liberal spaces, this is common. There is the idea of protecting old lease contracts. I think in Malta it's 1995, for us it's previous to 1990. And so they're not under the liberalizing rule of the law of 2012. And the state tries to be more proactive in the rental housing market. So to rent houses to private parties and then sublet them with the maximum effort of the families that doesn't go beyond of 35% of the income of the household. Then there is this idea of funding municipalities to carry out coercive works, 150 billion euros for this, but also possibility of administrative possession of housing, forced leasing of private properties. This has caused a very strong reaction from the landlords. But the issue is, we can say that the problem of increasing in prices is a limited offer of housing. But the truth is, as in other places, we have an enormous stock of vacant dwellings, both in cities and in the country. 700,000 vacant houses in the country. In Lisbon, 12,000, 50,000 in the Lisbon metropolitan area. Not all of them are in condition to go back to the market, but several of them are. So it's not just a question of limited offer. It's a question of the segmentation of the offer, much more than of limited offer, and also of the introduction of demand that goes from other places, that comes from outside the country. These are examples of these promising local initiatives that use the national money. This is a strategy in a middle-sized city of Évora, where they are rehabilitating houses and putting them in the conditioned and supported rental market. So for those who have very low income, and this is an affordable rent program in Lisbon, which is made in agreement with the private sector. So the execution is private companies, and there is an offer, an intended offer of 4,271 dwellings in Lisbon. We'll see how many will be built. Now, apparently, the responses are interesting. My doubts, and this is what I want to share to finish, is if the first one in the financial area is, are the tax benefits something that stimulates the landlords to put their property in the affordable rental market? So far, it seems quite limited as something that has stimulated people to move towards this market. The second thing is, despite the strong investment, 1,800 million euros in the PRR to housing, is this going to be enough? And especially after the EU money drains, what will happen with the conservation of these houses, and also with the needs that go beyond what has been estimated in this program? Then there are the social queries. For instance, do these policies are inclusive enough to incorporate the needs of the non-EU migrants? And this is targeting very much the rental sector, and you have 1.1 million landlords that are paying monthly interest and are the ones who actually illustrate that enormous, curve that increased to 150 and is becoming more and more complex for people to pay their interest to money. Will banks provide a fixed rate housing credit alternative to the variable rate? Will there be support schemes for when the interest rate rises more and more, as it will happen very soon? And finally, there are the political side of all this. Is the state strong enough to implement the measures which in a way challenge the interests of the landlords, even offering them fiscal benefits and other possibilities of losing less? Finally, there is this idea which has been worked out by me and other person in the room in the text some time ago, which is about this idea of a kind of pact of regime, the need of joining the different actors in a kind of program, between commas, that assumes the social value of housing as the crucial element in terms of offer. So joining the interests of the local authorities with a kind of national program for housing or affordable housing that tries to join the interests of the landlords with the interests of the tenants, and that in a way tries to respect also those that are in the side of the ownership market and those who are in the rental market side. So this is the challenge that we would like to propose. Thank you, and sorry for
Thank you, Jorge, for the very interesting, in-depth overview of the situation in Portugal. I think by now we can all see how many similarities, including, I'm very happy that all of you brought the historical trajectory, including the political aspect of how housing has developed, because without a political will, we cannot move forward. But I would like now to give the floor to you, because I'm sure at this point we have many, I can see so many hands already. If I can have the microphone to go around. So yeah, we start from there and then 2, 3, okay. I think they're coming with it. Hopefully they're working. Fingers crossed. Yes.
Thank you so much, everyone. Luís Mendes, geographer, also from the Institute of Geography, also an activist from the movement Morar Lisboa. I have an acknowledgement, a comment, and two questions, very shortly. First, to acknowledge that the Fundação Carlos Gulbenkian financed the travel here. We would like to thank all the organizations, but especially the ones that supported our travel here. Besides, of course, felicitating all the organizers by this fantastic conference. The comment has to do with the role of the state. In all the geographical contexts that were presented here, we see from one way or the other that the state no longer has the welfare role that he would have to definitely promote public housing. And especially in Lisbon, what we saw was a kind of all the touristification, the real estate speculation, not just gentrification anymore, but transnational gentrification by golden visa and non-permanent residents, etc., that we see in Lisbon has some kind of effects by policies by the state. So we call it state-led gentrification. So how can the state, this is a comment I would like to do. I think we need a more stronger state in land policy and also the production and provision of social housing. See the spectacular international cases of, for instance, Vienna, that has 1/3 of cooperatives, 1/3 of social and 1/3 of private market, and it definitely works. Other important countries like Denmark or the UK also have similar policies. Now, two questions. One is for Matthew. Thank you so much for your presentation. I know that you had a special role in the rent reform of 2020 here in Malta. We are dealing with that in Portugal nowadays, and there's an incredible mismatch between supply and demand. Can you give us some specific measures that you thought that and are now integrated in the rent reform that can dynamize the market and make this adjustment possible between supply and demand? Second question is for all of you, bearing in mind that maybe no one will do it, is if you could think about one measure, just one, I'm sorry, the most important measure, independently of the scale, more general to more particular, but one measure that can solve the problem of the incredible global lack of accessibility to affordable house prices, what would be that measure? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your questions. Shall we take another one and then
Hi, good morning. Juan from Jobs Plus. This morning we mentioned the problem of affordable housing in Malta, and it's usually justified by the supply and demand. And yet in a recent census, we found out that there are 81,613 empty or underutilized properties for homes, not properties, commercial properties, which are left there. So the question is this: is this stock, since land for flats is not an option in Malta any longer, hopefully, is this stock of vacant or underutilized properties being used in any way to address the dream of home ownership for or more affordable housing for potential home owners or tenants, or social housing for vulnerable groups? If so, what is being done? If not, why not?
Very good question. And the last one, so that we can get the speakers to respond. And then we'll come later.
Yes, I have two questions and the comparison. My question is towards Mr. Zarafa. You spoke of a 10-year scheme whereby the government is going to be renting houses for 10 years, which are built by constructors, and then we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, basically, that means that the government is practically paying the constructors for having built these houses and then giving them over to them for them to rent. I would like to know what guarantees are there going to be after those 10 years with regard to rents? What guarantees are there going to be after those 10 years with regard to upkeep? And here I'm going to create the European comparison. In France, in Marseille Nord, there was more or less that same scheme whereby the constructors practically built the houses for the government and government paid them for building it, because 10 years they not only pay them, but they make a profit. But basically what happened is that when after the government withdrew, there was no upkeep, no proper legislation for the upkeep of these houses. As a consequence, these became ghettos. And if your address came from that area of Marseille, it meant that you had less possibilities for employment because it meant that you were of a certain class, that you had less possibility of access to more favorable conditions of education, etc., etc. There was far more delinquency in that area, and this pattern was also repeated in Rome. I experienced both cases, and therefore I would like to know that after we have paid the contractors for building the houses and given them back to them, what guarantees are you going to have in order to make sure that this doesn't happen? One. My second question is, given that the two political parties which have succeeded each other in power in this country have had the terrible habit of allocating housing in function of a political color and not social need, I would like to know what this housing authority, which is, I hope, more neutral, is doing to prevent the allocation in function of political color and start looking really at social need.
Thank you. We'll take some answers and then we'll have more questions. So I don't know who'd like to start. I think Matthew, you're in the hot seat. Okay.
So there was what's your name again? Okay, from Portugal, right? And then there was a question from Jobs Plus. And the last person I forgot. Okay, thank you. So with regards to the first question, when we worked on regulating the sector of rentals here in Malta, previously there were actually no regulation. So we've labeled it like a jungle in the market, literally. We said that it was a jungle situation, kind of. Then when we embarked on reforming legally the rented sector, we looked at supply side initiatives. Okay, and this is even clearly visible in the white paper that we've issued at the time. We've conducted supply side conferences where we brought together the players involved in building, like contractors, landlords, and other people interested in building stock. And we've analyzed also, like we mentioned before, the financial aspect of how we are going to finance going forward housing stock. So just to mention a few of what we've embarked upon, we've understood over the past years that previously, before, the rental market in Malta is quite young. It's since 2014. And now with increasing number of third country nationals and even European nationals, we've seen a shift towards, for example, the possibility of sharing whereby the locals were not keen on sharing. But foreigners look and tend to look at sharing as an option. But our properties do not cater for sharing. So we are looking at, we are having discussions with planning authority, for example, to ensure that we have better capabilities for new buildings to cater for sharing. Because obviously, if you're looking at sharing, then you have to have other opportunities like having shared amenities and better areas where you can have better sharing opportunities. We've established a housing foundation which is similar to housing cooperatives in Europe, which is looks at limited profit, which is also kept through the legal apparatus of the standing of the same foundation. And we've embarked on this project of a housing foundation together with the Curia, the Office of the Archbishop in Malta. And we are pooling in resources both from the church in Malta and from government. And we are now looking into financial instruments because this will not directly impact government debt, because it's not wholly government owned. So this is another opportunity. We are looking into REITs, real estate investment trusts. Here in Malta, we have a culture of the locals that would like to invest heavily, and the general public in Malta are invested in property. So you have families and people who have inherited a sum of money, for example, and would like to invest it in property. And this could be an option. So where you do not simply buy a whole property, but you buy a share into, and you'll be part of this foundation, which works similar to housing cooperatives. And we are looking also into greater collaboration with NGOs who have been working in the sector for long, and introducing semi-independent living facilities, but which obviously would have to be supported with housing programs. So we cannot just give out properties for semi-independent and independent living without ensuring that those same people would then are being followed by housing programs. And we are working on this. We have embarked on 6, if I'm not mistaken, 6 or 5.
6.
Projects with 6 different NGOs working in different sectors. I'm saying YMCA are one of those NGOs. We are investing in rehabilitating properties, dilapidated properties, and ensuring that that NGO, for example, would then instill a housing program specifically to support those entering into those properties. And but notwithstanding, the main reason for the regulation was to ensure basic standards of properties being rented out, eliminating or starting to eliminate and addressing abuses, and the professionalization of the sector. Because now the government has data on rentals, and we can intervene and regulate the market better through the data that we're gathering. So that is I hope I have answered your answer, but we can discuss further. With regards to the second question, you correctly mentioned that the census published by the National Statistics Office outlined 81,000 properties which are underutilized. The difficulty and the issues with this data is that it includes seasonal rented properties, Airbnb at times, secondary houses as well, and obviously there are a segment of it which is truly vacant. The limitation that we have as a nation is that we register rental contracts as a housing authority, and there is currently no rental, not just rental, a property register. And we are embarking on internal discussions as a government because a property register would give light on the situation per se. We've discussed with the Corporation of Water and Electricity Agency, ARMS in Malta, for those who are locals will know exactly what I'm saying, because they've got a truer picture, because they know exactly the number of meters which are not being used. And they've established that there are around 9,000 meters which are not being used. This was in 2018. So we do not have a true picture. That is a problem. But as an authority, we've introduced, and even as a government, there are zero-rated taxes on selling of property in urban conservation areas, which are the most old kind of properties. And as an authority, we also have particular grants. Even planning authority have grants to renovate old properties. I believe that we can still do more, obviously, but we have to look at particular niches because there are various reasons to why this is not being undertaken. But we take note of your suggestion. With regards to the last question, I tend to disagree with you where you mentioned that properties being rented out are, we are helping contractors. I believe that Malta is a nation of homeowners that have also second properties, whereas previously that second property was used as a seasonal holiday home for the same, a number of Maltese families. We are a nation of that have landlords that own one property for rent. That is the majority of landlords, the profile of landlords in Malta. The major majority is more than 50% and higher. I do not have the exact number, but they are one property owners. So we're not here talking of contractors, but we are here talking of the general public. I disagree again that the project of rentals for 10 years started off more than 10 years ago. And those that are now being concluded and they are past the 10 years will have 100% successful rate of renewals for those same families within the same property itself. Whereas there are landlords that would like to retract that property and put it back into the market, not with our scheme. We ensure that those same people are being relocated to properties that we are renting out again in the same area to ensure more community building and relation to, for example, children going to particular schools in the area. So we are working on that as well. We have a team of professionals. Each allocation that happens in Malta is, and this is a first, I believe, not any. We have a lot of discussions on this. We have a team of social workers that now have completed a social assessment on all registered people wait on our waiting list. Since 2017, we despite this economic growth and this challenge that we have as an authority, and all of the housing operators would understand that we have challenges when there is a period of economic growth and when there is a period of pressures in the market. And we have slashed the social housing waiting list by half, more than half, 60%, to standing in 2017 at 3,300 or 3,400. Now it stands at 1,500. So we take pride in that. And we take pride also in the fact that we do social assessments before allocating properties. Also, with regards to the period of the 10 years, we are shifting away from social housing beneficiaries owning the property for life. We would like to support them even post allocation, and we would like to ensure that there is a social mobility ladder, and we have had successful cases, whereas people in social housing have been we have supported them through through particular schemes, particular design for those situations, and they have moved up the social ladder, and they are now property owners as well through our schemes, and we take pride in that. So you've also mentioned upkeep. We guarantee those landlords that invest in renting their properties with housing authority, which is below market rates, we rent below market rates, that after those same 10 years, we would give them back their property as they've given the property back to us. So we renovate those same properties, and we're spending a lot on renovating that property to give it back to the landlord after the 10 years. So that is clear. And with regards, I've also took note of your concern, and I believe I've answered your question, but if it's not yet answered, I'll be more than happy to have a conversation on this afterwards. But thank you for your contribution as well. So I believe I've answered all three
I
questions.
think you have.
Thank you.
So I know we're very constrained with time. So that last question that you asked for everyone, I think we should keep it for the very end, because it's a very good question when it comes to measures. We have Housing Europe here, which I think will also be in a very good position to give us a better answer. I know that there were two burning questions. They're going to be the last. Please keep them short, including the answer, because we need to go for a break. So there's Joanna and Rita, and we have to then go for a break. We'll take the questions in the next panel.
Good morning. I'm Joanna McRae from Malta Tenant Support. Thank you for organizing this conference. I think it's fascinating to see how the paths, even though we're at different points of housing policy, are very, very similar. I just want to make a comment, something that I'm becoming increasingly more concerned about, is we have a great Residential Leases Act ratified by the People's Parliament. But then when we actually come to put the Residential Leases Act in practice, my opinion is we are failing. It's just a tick box exercise. I mean, there are elements that are working, but for example, yesterday there was the illegal eviction of tenants who had animals in their property. And the landlord, a couple of weeks ago, interrupted the water and electricity supply, which is a breach of Article 85 of the Criminal Code. Yesterday, he proceeded to put cement all over the door, trapping the animals inside. And the police seem to be completely unaware that this is a breach of the Criminal Code. They actually escorted the tenants to collect their animals, not all of them, because they have rabbits and chickens as well, from the property. And they told them there was nothing that they could do, and the only law that because this was the richest bit of it all, because the landlord was renting the property without a contract, which is actually a breach of the Residential Leases Act of itself. So there are so many breaches of the law here. And I, who am so invested in this, I feel very upset and disappointed. I think there needs to be a meshing of regulation superimposed over the law. Because from my experience, Housing Authority front of office staff have no concept of what the law actually means, what principles it embodies. You know, the only rent calming measure in the whole of the law is about giving the tenant 3 months notice by registered mail, it's actually in the law, it spells it
Yes.
out. To find another place if the landlord decides to increase the rent by 200%, which has happened. And that is still not happening because the housing authority is taking the word of the landlord, from what I can see, that they have sent the termination, the notice 3 months before by registered mail. Tenants tell me that this is not so. So the housing authority needs to kind of look at the law in great detail. I can help you with that, and actually construct regulation that is compliant with the law, because as it is, the housing authority is actually breaking the law, you know? Sorry, but I'm a bit upset today of this.
Thank you, Joanna, for your contribution. And this, of course, points us to the fact that there needs to be post-occupancy, analysis and monitoring. So thank you. One very quick, please.
One is to George, and it is about the rent freezing that you mentioned. I think we need to a lot of times when we speak about the rent freezing of last century, it is a way of stopping the discussion about rent controls that we need to think about. And it stops a little bit the debate. And whenever we put it in a way that we say that rent freezing gave low dynamic to the market, I think it is more complex than that, because the main policies were the policies to promote home ownership. The majority of state support was to home ownership. And I think the low dynamic of the rental market was very much connected with the state orienting completely its policy to the home ownership. So I think we need to see a little bit, this, because of course the rent freezing was a kind of policy that was the first generation of rent controls long time ago, that was in another phase of the history. But we need to continue to speak about rent controls, in my opinion. And even today, with liberalized market or rental market, we don't have a very dynamic rental market, in fact. And what we have is that people have more difficult to have access to credit today, so they are obliged to look to rent, but it's not that the liberalization put it very dynamic. Another issue is to Malta and to the policies that are being put in place. You have mentioned REITs, and I wanted to say, and just very quick, that REITs is a financial instrument that is very much profit-oriented, and what it does is to extract rents, to distribute dividends to shareholders. And this kind of instruments, in fact, because they have to compete in the market, they have to grow and show results to have investors, what they tend to do is to pressure even more the market, the rental market, and increase the prices. And also this kind of institutional investors, usually they have big investors in the back, like Blackstones and other kinds of investors. So I wonder, I think, for example, in Spain, there are many studies about the impact and the bad impact that this had. So I don't think these are good instruments to solve a housing crisis.
Thank you. Maybe very briefly, if you can respond, or else we take the conversation into the coffee break. Do you want to quickly answer?
What I actually said was that the issue of rental market was in the last stage clearly related to the policy that was gearing to the promotion of home ownership. So one of the reasons why there was a very limited political investment in stimulating the rental market was the fact that the housing policy in Portugal, between commas, was completely targeting and stimulating home ownership. So when you look into the public investment in housing, until the housing crisis, until 2007, 2008, which is not, well, the economic and the financial crisis, what we do see is, I think that, I don't remember now the figure, but it's about 75% or 80% of the investment was to stimulate home ownership via fiscal benefits, via bonus to bank loans, etc. This doesn't mean, and this is the final part, this doesn't mean that the first generation of rent control that continued for a very long time in the case of Portugal didn't have negative effects. And especially, I think that the new generation of rent control work if there is some compensation for the landlords. And also, if there is an higher proportion of the market that is in the hands of public authorities. Only with a larger public housing state and cooperative housing state is possible to act over the prices in the rental market. If cooperatives and the local authorities don't have houses, they cannot influence the market. So this is, I think, part of the story.
Thank you. Do you want to quickly?
Very quickly, with regards to the first question of Joanna. Just after 3 years, and it is the only law in Malta that is going to be amended, and we are committed to continue to amend the law as may be required. So there are things that we have to change within the law, but just a few comments. On the case that happened yesterday, I believe you mentioned just one negative example of rogue landlords, and obviously that those tenants that rent out properties which are not good for residential use, then the landlord will face consequences according to the planning laws, not to the housing laws. That is why I mentioned the difference that we register rental contracts and we do not register properties. That would be the next step, because if you register a property, then we would have more visibility. But with regards to contracts and renewals, just in 2022, there were 22,000, which is more than 25, close to 50% of the active contracts. So more than 50%, just in 22,000 contracts were automatically renewed. And 95% of those same contracts that were automatically renewed, 95% kept the same rental value. So I believe we now have a better rental market, which is more stable. Notwithstanding, we still have a number of rogue landlords, and that is why we've established a newly formed compliance department. And we will see that these kind of cases are on the decrease. Exactly. I do not have that information, but we can check. We can check. But it's best not to speak about specific cases. I understand your frustration.
Exactly. But we'll continue the conversation, I guess, outside, if it's okay.
With regards to REITs, yes, it is a possible difficulty of REITs, so it's an issue. But we are looking into issuing REITs and funding opportunities within that same foundation that I've mentioned, that it has a statutory obligations, and that is why I mentioned also limited profit. So it would be statutory, so that it will be a difficulty to increase those same amounts. But we also believe that there are no issues with investors making profit as well from the market, obviously.
Thank you. So we'll now break for coffee. If you could be back in about 10 minutes, and we'll start with the second panel. Thank you for now, and thank you, a round of applause to all of our speakers. There's a lot to talk about, but can I please have everyone's attention, come forward to sit down, because we're gonna start. So in the next panel, I hope you had a little bit of a break to think about what we've, been discussing. A lot has been said. So we're shifting now to the second part of the panel, where we're going to be hearing more now from a different perspective. So what the role of NGOs, the NGOs who are so much close to the people, okay? So how we can understand the issues more deeply and all that, NGOs encounter in relation to housing. So we have some three fantastic speakers, again, fantastic organizations across the Mediterranean. I'd like to invite the speakers to the front table. So I'd like to invite Joanna I'm very bad with that. Rita Silva and Anthony Camilleri. If I can have you here. Thank you. Thank you for again accepting our invitation. So I will start with Joanna. Joanna is the project manager of Médecins Sans Frontières. She is a social worker and an experienced project manager with a demonstrated history of working in the non-profit organization management industry, skilled in non-profit organizations, humanitarian, international relations, management, and fundraising. She is also a member of the FEANSA Administrative Council and the Greek Network for the Right to Shelter and Housing. Joanna, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I think there was too much information from the first sector, the first panel. It was quite rich, and a lot of things have been, of what I have prepared also to my presentation, have in certain degree covered already by Marriage from Thessaloniki. So I won't bother you with that. I will try to at least focus on what we haven't shared, at least so far, and to bring in another, let's say, less informative and more in quality, hoping at least the aspect of it. No, sorry. Yeah. So from what has been shared already, from and what we don't know, at least for the Greek reality, I would say that Greece has experienced, I will more state two things that have not been addressed. One, we are living in, after Ukrainian war, an inflation rate that it is really scary. And I think we need to take it into account when we are discussing all these things. And the second thing that we experienced in Greece, at least the last 3 or 4 months, and they are quite indicative of how unprepared we are, is a series of wildfires and then floods. Of course, Libya now is quite scary, and I'm really humble to present the floods that we have in the central region of Greece as an issue. However, it is and will have a significant impact in our economy, and we will see the inflation rates go even higher. And why do I state these two? Of course, migration flows. I'm not sure what is going on with migration flows in Malta or in Portugal, but we all know that Mediterranean has been traditionally an entry point and has been traditionally a contradictory dialogue and negotiation at EU level, and member states have not very much clarified their positioning towards this dialogue and negotiations. Right. I honestly do not have answers. It's just to bring in issues on the table and also highlight the importance to be flexible on when we are discussing things, because we are discussing things on data that are mostly based 2 years ago. So we don't have adequate information, and we need to adapt ourselves on the way we inform our decisions and actions. But the most difficult thing I think we have to, and the challenge is also to adapt funding mechanisms to the current challenges. COVID was a very good example in the sense that really help us understand that we have the means if the will is there and the issue is being considered and identified as a common amongst EU member states. And I think COVID gave us a very good example on how reactive and proactive we can be when needs arise. I think it's from the lessons learned, we haven't capitalized yet adequately. And I think we can use the example to set up things and explore mechanisms that we can adjust it to different sectors that we are all coping with. So I think for Greece, we know that the overburden cost for housing, it's really significant, is the highest in Europe. We have similar tradition like in Malta or in Portugal. We have ownership also that it is quite high. We had also tenants that is common as well, that they share the most of the burden actually, and they currently live in precarious conditions. We have Airbnbs that are really challenging the prices of the rents, and golden visas that luckily Portugal has really dismissed it, but we are still fighting by raising the price from 250,000 to 550,000 to make it more difficult for the investors. It goes back. The point that has been raised in an article actually for the effect of the inflation rate. I mean, ceteris paribus, salaries remain the same. We will still see a reduction of our income by 5% only due to the inflation rate, according to a recent research that has been done by Manos Matsaganis and Papaxelatu on behalf of Elia MEP. And that means that we will, all of us, and I'm accepting the ones that are in vulnerable positions, that will really face a difficulty, a great difficulty to cope with the challenges and the housing costs in an average, left alone those that do not have access. We'll have a difficulty to pay our bills, we'll have a difficulty to heat our homes. This winter will be extra difficulty, and the measures that are seem to be in place are not ready to cover this gap. Sorry, I'm bad with that. So as I said, the central region, very recently we have been hit by the floods, and we call it Daniel. We have a tendency to give modern names anyway. So Daniel had hit the central region in Greece. The last article I read, it was 210,000 animals dead in these floods. That practically implies that a rise of epidemics coming up, and also a very strong hit in agricultural economy. That means that we will cry for meat, let's say, and that was just one part of it. If you combine with the fires that also hit our agriculture and also hit homes and people left in precarious, you see, there is an estimate of 3 to 5 billion, rough calculations, while officially it's only announced to 2.5 billion. Disaster, harm to the economy so far. And yet the registration of how hard we have been hit is not yet fully there. We are still to have this concluded. The measures that have immediately applied to that, it was like a distribution of, let's say, a farmer that lost his life literally with an investment on over 100,000, 200,000 euros value, to be compensated with 4,000 to 5,000 euros. So you can see that although supposed to be an immediate reaction, how far from the reality of the lives of people this is. A man or a farmer or a family to my age, 50 something, imagine to have invested their whole life and then to receive a compensation of 5,000 euro, enough to cover 1 or 2 months of expenses to live, to restart your farm that will need to be able to give you some profit 3 to 4 to 5 years. FEANZA has called, at least in the terms of the immediate effect of inflation, for temporal measures to relieve at least all of the, to be taken by EU member states, because we will all suffer and we will all be affected by it. And I say, not just the most vulnerable ones, the ones that are most in difficult and precarious conditions, they will really see it impossible if there is no local solidarity mechanisms activated to support them. And this is what is happening so far. Most of the situations are saved because there is locally developed solidarity mechanisms that save the day-to-day thing. Of course, it's far away from making a more comprehensive policy that can address and create safety valves that protect people from reaching these levels. So, of course, what is going on? Protective measures, temporal protective measures against evictions, emergency income support measures, provide access to fundamental health services, and access to services that advise and support people affected by or at risk of cold, hunger, and homelessness. And of course, there are at European Commission a certain proposal for measures. What is the deficit with the European Commission's role is that there is no binding mechanism that obliges member states to proceed with actions. It's only recommendations. So it is up to the member states to realize and to make budgetary commitments to proceed with specific measures and funds. As it has been already said for us, we had in 2022 a housing policy, let's say, law introduced in Greece, which, of course, it enforces mostly, let's say, the relief for the private sector. We have to say that. And that's okay, I would say, but you don't call it housing policy for a state. And at least you can recognize that this covers only a part of it. All the measures that have been announced are going to the banks through loans. A very small and very tiny little part goes to the most vulnerable ones. What is also missing from our discussion is that there is a lot of houses that are allocated, for example, for mental health institutions, for rehabilitation, for mental health people. People that are suffering anyway mental health disorders. We have people in drug use that are also part and they are in need of housing. We have migrants that in Greece, at least, we demolished a STIA project that was really bringing them in the urban tissue to the camps that are in isolated areas and locations. So yeah, I mean, it's welcome to have at first level, at that first reading, a discussion in Greece that talks about housing policy, because so far we didn't even dare to say the discussion. We didn't dare to open the discussion. So this is very welcome. We need to recognize the good steps, but we can also address the fact that this is just one tiny little part of what is necessary to proceed. So we are so low on housing policy, I think. And because we are so low, as we were discussing yesterday, I think we have a great room for improvement. And I think we have a great room of learning from each other and learning from you that you have gone a bit farther of this discussion. Now, I think there we all have a role to play. Housing stock in Greece, empty houses, the vacant houses, as it was measured in the census, reaches to 2.2 billion empty houses. We exclude the summer houses and all these type of things because we are, let's say, recorded as the ones having the most houses in Greece per person. But if you exclude all this, we are still remaining with 770,000 empty houses all over Greece. out of which 1/3 almost, or 314, are in the Attica region. I think there was a percentage that was referred for Thessaloniki, and that's okay. There is a quiet room to use these empty spaces, but there is a lot of legal and policy issues that are attached to the vacant homes that need to be resolved. I said again, there we have a role to play and advocate and coordinate the way we lobby on how this legislation can facilitate their use to the benefit of the society. We can only benefit if people are having a basis to develop and flourish, as it has been said earlier today. And the point is that we are very far from understanding and translating that, even to economic terms, if that is able to be translated in a certain point, to make it clear what it means to have a society that takes care of the most vulnerables, what it means to have a society that really can enable its weakest parts to flourish and to contribute back to the economy. I think we all have a role to play. We are all needed. Nobody is spared there. And the point and what we need to develop is a common language to step back and really see what it takes, what arguments are convincing. So we move forward. We have policymakers that are usually there for 4 to 5 years max. What they see as a priority is that they manage things that are possible to be managed in 4 or 5 years perspective. I think is essential. We break our vision into arguments and steps that are correlated to the 4 to 5 years perspective. If this for Greece is housing stock, then let be housing stock. But we need to agree and lobby towards this direction. It's essential we make our language understood by the policymakers in terms. We need to step back and change our discourse as well, is what I'm trying to say. We need to rethink how we argue on things, we negotiate on things. And I think it's essential we do that in a way that respects still the dignity of the people we serve and serves their needs, because I think that's the most essential thing we need to reconsider. So yeah, I have the privilege to work in the civil society sector. And I say this is a privilege, despite the uncertainty and pain it causes me and the dead ends we meet on a daily basis, because we have the flexibility to dream things, to have a small budget and try things, to have things happen and see a result, and then bring in that and test it if this is feasible in larger scale, to challenge things. And I think that's the magic of the civil sector society. We are there, we listen, we're faced with the gaps of the people of the day-to-day that are not there to be addressed. We need to unite our voice. We have resources, bring us in a point where we compete to each other. Without that being necessarily the case, we need to find a way to collaborate. We need to find our common ground, and I'm done, Isabel. Okay, Rachel. Yeah, and I think that's essential. So thank you very much for bearing with me. I hope that was okay.
Thank you. You actually reminded me of the spirit of 45. You know, I don't know if you're aware of that film. It's a fantastic film. And I think, I feel and I hope that we are at that point in time of the turning point where there's a collective spirit and we can rethink, you know, the future. So thank you for that. Thank you. I would like to now invite Rita Silva. She is a researcher and an activist for the right to housing. She has a background in political economy and also about 20 years ago founded the Social Habitat that dedicated to working and organizing directly with affected family by housing problems in the metropolitan area of Lisbon. The floor is yours, and I will put up your slides. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you very much for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be here discussing these. These are very important issues that we need to discuss and really discuss because I think there are a lot of different kinds of inputs we need to put in this discussion to see if we can solve the housing question. So I'm going to, as Rachel said, I'm an activist, and just after being an activist, I started to go to university to study again and to understand better what was going on with housing. And I have been studying more around the financialization of housing. It is not the topic here in my presentation, even if we can discuss this later. And the pictures here that I put to give some color to the slides are of people that I struggle with. We make a struggle together, people that are affected by evictions, bad housing situations, impayable rents, etc. So let's start. So I'm going to try to contribute to this discussion. Let's see. Okay. Well, I have the same slides as George. We didn't. It is interesting, but they are important ones. Yes. I just want to say, because George already said important things about this. I just want to say that, you know, this trajectory of huge increase in housing prices is. I would like to add to what George said that. What is going on is that housing is becoming more and more an asset, a financial asset, and very much of the immense liquidity that exists in the financial system in the world, the global capital, is being put and channeled to real estate and housing. And so there was this problem of REITs that we talked before, and other kinds of institutional investors and different kind of financial money that is going to real estate and to housing. And of course, the prices increase because of this. But the thing is that why does Portugal has this trajectory that is even going upper than the others? I think because Portugal is being very well successful, the government and the state action, in channeling this money, global capital for real estate through different kinds of policies. And so it is incentivizing even more this process of assetization of housing. And this is one of the justifications. And of course, rent is also in the increase everywhere. So what I want to say is that probably this is a structural problem and is not a temporary and a technical problem. So I just wanted to give just an idea about the Portugal situation in this moment. This year, we are having a lot of demonstrations with thousands and thousands of people in the streets. And this is the moment where we have a huge increase in mortgages, and more than 1/3 of the tenants pay more than 40%. And some of them, the poorest ones, are paying enormous amount of the income in rents. We have 95% of young people aged between 15 and 25 that still live in their parents' house. And more than half of young people up to 34 years old, they live in their parents' house, and some of them are returning to the parents' house. And we have 1 million people in Portugal living in overcrowding situation. And we have a considerable amount of evictions and displacement, even we don't know the numbers because the state is not providing the exact numbers of these, because there are different kinds of evictions and also invisible evictions that we can discuss. And we have an estimation of 60,000 to 80,000 families in need of rehousing. So they live in very, very precarious conditions. I think we need to discuss that there is this double function of housing, that, you know, this social function of housing that serves, you know, the use value. It serves to satisfy human and social requirements that are fundamental, isn't it? So I think it is very important to talk about the social value of homes, because it interferes in so many things, and a lot of of this was already said before. But we also have this dimension of the exchange value, that is the profit making. Housing considered an asset, and today it is a liquid financial asset. And we should look at this and how there is a shift and an imbalance that is going towards the second quality of housing. And I think this is what is interfering very much in the huge problem that all countries, or the majority of countries in the world are facing today, is because of this. So I want to touch here in the button. Let me see if I can do this.
Okay with that? Yes. Yeah. You can do it from the clicker as well.
Okay, I wanted to just to show this. Okay. Yes, just catching the Portuguese. I can. It's okay. I don't need. Ah, yes, here. Yes. So this is the evolution of the weight of real estate in economies, in some of economies. And as you can see, I wanted to go to the one of Portugal. Yes, this one, and see how much it grew. And how much weight that today the real estate, and this is not including tourism, because if we put tourism, it is a huge part of the economy, isn't it? So as you can see, Portugal now, it went to nearby UK, and we see the trajectory of all the economies rising in the weight of real estate. It shows the huge dependence of economies and growth in the real estate and not in other kinds of economic activities that are important also. So let me see how I can get out of this now. Okay. Yes. So often housing crisis is understood in narrow terms, in terms of a matter of supply, and I think we need to discuss this. If it is just a matter of demand and supply, a technical problem and a temporary, that we are facing a temporary crisis. I think it's much more complex because it is crossed by different kinds of issues. Income extraction and capital accumulation is a very important issue. Inequality processes that are crossing a housing situation. It is also very much crossed by conflicts and struggles. And it is very much dependent on the state action, is crucial, the state action always in one direction or another. And there is the broader economic system. And as I showed before, in the weight of real estate activities in the economic system is very high. And I think that in the South Europe and the Mediterranean countries, we are even more dependent on real estate activities for the economy than the other countries in Europe. And this, we need to reflect about this, the kind of development model and the kind of economic model that we are developing and the price we are paying for it. Because in fact, the society pays a price for this kind of trajectory, economic trajectory. And that's why I think that we are facing a structural problem that we need to reflect, and it's very difficult to have one, or there are certain measures that are good and very important, but if we are facing a structural problem, we need much more. We need to face the structural and systemic issue. So, as you know, housing can be a place of distress, a site of oppression and injustice, a place that puts health at risk, a permanent cause for concern and anxiety, a factor of impoverishment, and I put this here because I think this has enormous consequences, not just for individuality, but for the whole society. And I want to give some examples and impacts that we are facing now in Portugal because of the huge increase. So, for example, students are having huge trouble to continue to study in the university because they don't have rooms now to go to study in different cities. So it is another cost that now is being unbearable. And so we have this year a huge problem of the students not having a place to go for them to continue to study. And imagine the impact that this has in the society as a whole. Because rooms for students decrease around 70-something%, 74%, something like this. The youth cannot get out of parents' homes. And we have also lack of doctors, teachers, engineers, and they are complaining because they cannot live in the big cities because they cannot, what is the income and what they have to pay for a rent or for a mortgage is so much that we are having problems. These are problems that are not studied yet, and they should, but the impact, for example, to have teachers and doctors, for example, in Lisbon is an issue, the housing question. And of course, I think we have a huge tendency now, again, of migration of youth getting out, and youth that is high skilled, that studied. We have a huge increase of migration out of Portugal because of the incomes of the income, but also very much connected with what people have to pay in the housing. Of course, we have huge gender issues and gender-based violence that is very much connected with housing. Today, we have a lot of testimonies in the social media of couples that are saying that if they want to divorce, they want to split, they cannot split because of the housing question, for example. Even if we know already that housing, because women a lot of time don't have a place to go if they suffer violence. Now we see that a lot of couples, they want to divorce, they can't because of the housing question. And the majority, for example, I have been in the last years that I have been working with families affected by housing, 90% of these people that would come to my organization were women, and 90%. And a lot of them monoparental families that are rising everywhere. Of course, racial and migrant issues is very much connected with the housing question. And it has impacts in the local economy and consumption patterns. For example, if someone has to pay 80% of their income in housing, how can this person has a quality in food of quality? How can this person buy other items that are important? And this has impact in other other aspects of the economy and consumption. And so I want to after the discussion that we were having here, I think I want to add something in this presentation that is, we need to see, I think we need to address this supply and demand carefully, because housing is not a common commodity like any other. A house is not a potato. For a potato, if we have a huge increase of potatoes in the market, the price will go down. We have also alternatives to potatoes. We can eat rice or pasta or other things. But to housing, there is no alternative. And so the way that the market functions is not the way that, we don't have an alternative. And the owners of houses, they don't go down with prices just because we elevate the supply. For example, Portugal and Spain had a huge increase of supply of housing during the 90s and until the financial crisis. Portugal and Spain, and the prices went always up at the same time. So there was an increase of supply, and there was also an increase of prices. So it is not true that increasing the supply, it is going down. So we need to see it as a special kind of commodity that needs truly regulation. So I want to arrive to this last one, where I want to say about the demands that are now emerging from the social movements in Portugal. And I want just to counterpoint this with what the government is doing, that George already made a good point, but I just want to complement. So we are demanding, because this is a structural problem, we are demanding for rent controls. We need to discuss rent controls without a taboo, because we feel that it is a taboo to discuss rent controls, and we should discuss different mechanisms of rent controls. We need to residential stability. In Germany, the contracts are open-ended, and it is not impossible they should be, because to have a contract of 3 years that can be non-renovated every year, we never know what is going to be our tomorrow. So we need stability, residential stability. We need regulation of mortgages and bank interest rates. We are also demanding no evictions and moratoria on evictions, like I saw before, because there are no alternatives. People that receive now an eviction note or a non-renewal of contract, they cannot find another place to go because it's so unaffordable, the market. We need, and this is very important, we need to stop incentives to institutional investment for luxury, that we have this kind of incentives, and to wealthy foreigners like golden visas, non-permanent residence tax exemptions, and digital nomads tax exemptions. These kind of exemptions are putting all the market in Portugal is turned to this upper class that is coming to buy houses and is not connected, it is disconnected with the income of people that work and live in Portugal. So we need to stop this kind of incentives. And we need an emergency plan for student accommodation and to decrease touristic apartments inside the urban areas that are very much pressured by the housing crisis. This is what we are demanding. And this is different from the program of the Portuguese, the Housing Plus that the government has. And I'm almost in a minute I finish. I just want to say that we have, because I don't know how much time I already, okay. So I want to say, one thing is housing policies. And of course, there is an effort to develop different kinds of housing policies. And after there are other kinds of policies that go beyond housing and that interferes very, very, very much in housing. And I think we need to put this in question, because even if we have a very good housing ministry that is trying to develop different kinds of housing policies, if it cannot cross with other policies that they are the structural problem, it is very, very difficult to solve the question. And for example, for us, we think it is crucial to stop this kind of incentives to foreign and financial investment. And we need other kinds of regulations. That is a matter of housing. But the Housing Plus program that is now being discussed in Portugal, and it is in a very strange situation. It is very much based, the majority of it, how I see it, is very much based in tax exemptions and subsidies for affordable housing. And that is an issue with the definition of affordable housing, because affordable housing in Portugal, the definition is not connected with the income, housing income, well, with the exception of Lisbon, of course, but I said the national program is based, affordable housing is based on the market price, 20% below of market price, and is not connected with the income. So this is not affordable. there is an issue here. And there are also, and this is also these tax incentives and subsidies is very much on a voluntary basis of the property to adhere to these kind of programs. And we already tried this and it didn't work. They are not, we are not, and as George said, we don't know if this is enough for them to adhere to this kind of programs. After we have temporary subsidies and the state covering part of the rents, and I ask, we have a lack of public money for different kinds of the public system, like health system, education, and how much money are we going to put in the housing market in terms of the in the private housing market to subsidize, and how much these subsidies to rents and etc. How much is going that to interfere and to raise even more the rents? So it is inflationary, this kind of subsidies. So it is very much based, this program also, in promoting more construction and the supply meet. But this more construction with a huge liberalization of construction and using rural land to construct and other, this is danger, this kind of liberalization. We are not, we don't know exactly what is coming, but this kind of liberalization, we don't need so much more construction because we have 700,000 empty houses in Portugal. Of course, not all of them are in the places that we need them to be. In Lisbon, we have 48 empty houses with no use at all, just in Lisbon. And we have in this program too, for example, a speeding of eviction processes in the name of confidence of the market. So it is very liberalized already, but in this program, it is going to put even more speed in the eviction in the moment that people don't have an alternative, nor in the market or in the public system. So there are good things there too. I think the cooperatives, they want to promote more cooperatives. We think that this is good. They created a precedent in rent controls, but they leveled the rent controls in very high rents, but they create a precedent that is possible to control rent. They create the forced lease of the empty houses, and this is very interesting, but we don't see forced to apply this program, and we have a lot of doubts that is going to be applied. And they announced the end of golden visas, and now they retreat. They don't end it with it anymore. And of course, more public and social housing is important, and it is being developed with the recovery and resilience program, but is also very few money, and it has to be spent in a very quick time. And the problem is that we are not seeing it being, because there are a lot of problems, and maybe it's going to make the same mistakes of the past in terms of social housing construction. Well, that's it. And thanks a lot. And sorry if I took too long.
Thank you, Rita. Thank you very much. It was super interesting. And my mind is thinking about so many different things, you know, especially in relation to how we analyze the situation. What we said earlier in relation to economic indicators, how they're understood. And I still blame positivism for that. And it's time to bring in more social scientists on board. Because when you need a doctor, you get to the GP, right? When you have a society that needs healing, you need social scientists. So we need more of us, I believe, in those structures. So we have our last presentation by Anthony Camilleri from YMCA Malta. Anthony is the CEO since 2016 and the National General Secretary at YMCA Malta. By profession, he is also a psychotherapist and a trusted member of the Malta Association for Psychotherapy. The floor is yours, Anthony.
Good afternoon. I promise, despite I am a psychotherapist, I won't psychoanalyze you. I'll wear the hat as a CEO for YMCA. So basically, my presentation is more of a practical one when it comes to homeless people who are, I would say, when we're speaking about housing, one of the vulnerable population that we deal with in our organization. YMCA has been operating in Malta for the past 45 years. It's a worldwide organization. We work with young people, but in Malta, we also work with homeless people, and we've been running shelters for quite some time now. I'm not an IT person, but I'll try. Okay. Maybe this. See, I'm not IT. Okay, now it's working. Okay. All right. So basically, the question I want to pose here, first and foremost, is providing shelter enough? I really enjoyed Maria at the beginning when she said during the keynote speech, providing housing is not enough unless we are really managing the people there. And it took us quite some time for YMCA to understand this and to actually structure ourselves in order to be able to tackle homelessness from a holistic perspective. The Sustainable Development Goals recognizes the need to make cities sustainable, inclusive, and safe, and with a vision that by 2030 we ensure access for all, adequate, safe, and affordable housing. In 2021, we restructured ourselves. What we did is we said that we cannot tackle homelessness unless we also provide prevention, outreach, community, aftercare, and inform ourselves as well when it comes to research. So providing shelter is not enough. Who are the homeless in Malta? So far, there is no legal definition of homelessness in Malta. So far, there are no national statistics about homelessness in Malta. In 2018, YMCA, we issued our own definition of homelessness. We said that homeless people are the people who are roofless, those who are living in insecure and inadequate housing, and people who are homeless and living in institution. Before 2018, very rarely, I would say, we used to see people sleeping rough in the streets, although it existed. So what we did in 2022, which is last year, we remodeled our definition together with the platform, because in 2020, during the COVID, during the pandemic, together with 22 different NGOs, we came together and created a platform against homelessness. And we remodeled this definition and said it includes rooflessness, which is those people that we see sleeping rough in the streets, hidden homelessness, because in Malta, this exists more than rooflessness, which are people who are sofa surfing, squatting, living in cars, garages, hostels, etc. Transitional or institutional homelessness. Shall we count the people who are living in children's homes, in detention centers, migration facilities? I put a question there. Last year, we wanted a snapshot of who are the people that are homeless. So what we've done is we commissioned a research to an external organization where we researched all the shelters that are providing, or at least the shelters that participated, providing shelter for homeless people. Out of 193, yes, I need to wear glasses. 178 people were living in shelters. So our shelters in Malta are operating at a full capacity. And from there, you can see that males are the majority of these people living in our shelters. Again, Maltese remain the highest, despite that we also provide services to migrants, EU and non-EU people living in Malta. However, I want to go directly to the most three reasons denoting why people become homelessness. Back when we did the study in that particular snapshot, The highest reason was people suffering from financial problems. The second one, which already we have been mentioning today, is mental and psychological health. And the third one, and this was for the first time when it comes to homelessness, reason why people become homeless, domestic violence. It has become last year taking the third kind of highest place why people are becoming homeless. If we have to separate males and females, when it comes to males, we have financial problems, loss of job, and immigration. When it comes to females, the highest is domestic violence, financial problems, mental and psychological health. In addition, when we did the snapshot, in addition to those 178 people, 58 children were living in shelters during such periods. And the average age was 5.4. I must say that these pictures, which we have obtained consent for, are real pictures from the work we do in our shelters. This year, exactly, I think it was February, March, we issued what we have called Homeless Human Evolution. It was a retrospective research. As I said, there isn't any national statistics so far. So what we have done is we researched the data that YMCA collected in the past, I would say 20 years, and the reasons denoting homelessness between 2012 and 2022 remain financial issues, family issues, and renting problems. This table shows that young people between the ages of 18 and 34 are the ones becoming homeless. So we have seen that these are the young people that are becoming homeless. And I would say that the Maltese population in terms of homelessness is increasing as well. We've issued another research, which I will not go much into, which was home inclusion. Home inclusion is a word coined by us, which means homelessness, inclusion, and migration. This research issued a white paper when it comes to migrants who are homeless. I think speaking about housing today, what we have discovered is the issue of migrants in Malta who are being given as part of their employment. I would say others would see it as an opportunity, but we see it as a problem, the issue of them sleeping in construction sites. So this is something that quite shocked us and shocked the people that we were collaborating with. How do we do it? As I said in the beginning, we try to provide a holistic program. First and foremost, we prevent. We have focused on having a team that work preventing the issues. As I said in the beginning, YMCA is a youth organization, so youth empowerment and youth work has been with us for many years. What we do is we create activities for young people. This year so far, we have created 53 activities. We have reached over 350 something young people where we provided them with different activities because we believe in education. So housing starts with education and educating our children and young people in schools. We outreach. Back in 2020, when COVID hit the whole world, we started with a team of volunteers, which we called Why Visible, because homelessness in Malta is invisible. When you walk outside, you won't see people sleeping outside unless you know the places where to look for them. So we created this team where we go ourselves, where we provide them with food, where we provide them with clothing, where we provide them with the information of the services that exist. We go in schools. Schools is another opportunity for us where we speak about homelessness, because this is something that we have to speak about. Even housing, when it comes to housing, we need to speak about these topics, because unfortunately, maths, English, Maltese, and I don't know what is part of the curriculum, but housing, budgeting, managing your salary, doing your taxes is still not something of our education curriculum. We provide shelter. And this is thanks to the collaboration we have both with the Housing Authority, also with the Minister for Family and Children Rights. Our biggest shelter is Darniki Kassar. It is a 24/7 staff-based residential facility where we have staff all the time there. We provide 34 beds per night. And from there, what we do is not only giving a roof over their head, but also a residential course in independent living. It is an 18 months long, 7-staged care program where each individual is given the opportunity to have what we call a key worker. And with them, we walk, I would say, the pace of becoming independent. This property has also been given to us by the Housing Authority, which is thanks to them, we could move to this new property, and we were able as well to increase the bed nights. This is another shelter that we have also in partnership with the Minister for Family and Children Rights, which is being funded by them as well. It's a second stage shelter. I think Matthew mentioned in the beginning, second stage shelters. It's called Y Communal Home. There isn't staff there all the time, but we do spot checks with them. It's a semi-independent residential facility where we provide 16 beds per night, and we provide what we call wellness program. It's a 12 months long program, which we have initiated also during COVID, because we realized that the pandemic has brought a situation of families becoming more homeless. This is another shelter. It's a completely, I would say, fully independent structure, which at the moment is serving for Ukrainians that have fled the country, which is at the moment providing 2 beds per night. And now I'll move to the community and aftercare support, because aftercare is important, but also community work is important. And earlier on this year, I can't remember from which presentation, but there was something about the heat, the centers for heat. Earlier on this year, we've opened a drop-in center, and we made it particularly targeting people who are roofless, so people who are still out there, who are waiting to be able to enter into a residential facility. And this drop-in center is providing generic social work, it's providing generic youth work, but most importantly, it's providing a space during the day where people can go there, have a coffee, eat a sandwich, I would say, have a shower, there are lockers for them, and there are our team who can support them in this most difficult journey. But we create also activities, as you can see from the pictures there, where we take out our residents or our ex-residents who already moved on in the community. This is a project that we haven't started yet. It is one of the biggest projects that we have. It's called Dar Simon Solar. It was a competition back in 2020 that the Housing Authority came out with, together with the Minister for Social Accommodation, where dilapidated places, NGOs could come together and participate in this competition. And YMCA won this competition, as other, I think 6 others, Rachel. All right, I'm remembering. So this is one of them. This is one of them. At the moment, we're entering the refurbishment phase, and hopefully in 2025, hopefully, I promise, Mariella, that this will open. If not, don't take my word for it. That this will open to start giving service, particularly to people over the age of 60 who are becoming homeless, and also people who have mobility issues. So this facility will have CRPD technology, and it will cater for the specific population that we're also seeing that it is increasing. And thank you also to the Minister for Family and Children Rights. At the moment, we are discussing a financial package that would allow us to be able to provide the professional service through this property. I would like to finish my presentation with a video, because I try that wherever I am invited, I give also a voice to our service users. This video is of a woman who speaks about how she became homeless. It was part of a fundraising activity, so you wouldn't think that I'm asking for fundraising at the end. She does say give money to the YMCA, but that's why I'm mentioning it. But my last message to you is that homelessness can happen to each and all of us in this room. So homelessness is not about, it's the face of homelessness is changing. It's not about not having the education or being or coming from poor, disadvantaged communities. Homelessness can be something that happen overnight simply because of the fact that we've mentioned today that there is a rise in rent and you can't afford it. So if you don't have the support, if you don't have the family, you'll end up seeking out shelter and refuge.
عندي 76 سنة إلي سبيتشايدا سنة وثلاثين هون بالكرة وواحدة من وليدي بدت نمر معها فينا طيب وطلعت الفلات الكلي داك الزمين الفلات اللي كلش
من flok tħallas il-kera, Anna bdiet tħallas il-binta. Iżda b'daqqa waħda bida jkollhom ħafna argumenti.
وقالت لي اديني الشاورتنا يدخل في الكاميرا في كنت اتنقعد عندها وفريش تايتا الشاورتنا وبعد عملت لي اسا مو الباكيا وهي قعدت معي في الكاميرا سكمت الباكيا داكينا للخطة الستة البلاجية مش من عندها وداك اللي هي ما كنتش نبقى يسامو جاي بلا صحة to be quite honest قدر جارة بدقة واحدة النار ما كنتش نبقى يسموه بالستة البلاجية بالبقالي بقياتي أنا حسيت لي كنت مضايقة مني ودفعت لي للبرا مش تحلل البوي فريند تاعها وحسيت عامل ما توصيش بالستة البلاجية مرة 75 سنة تيجي مكتشية لبرا
Għal-bidu, Anna provat terġa' tikri post.
Bittiex. Imma le 800 mill-pensjon tiegħi ma nistax nidħol ġoflet. Nista' li nidħol ġoflet nixxerja u nibqa' nidħol. Dik mhix problema lija, għax jiena to be quite honest, tlab biex mur ġeħow meta ġejda li mal-ħajt qabel ma sirt tlejmuna mill-YMCA. Pero dik kontra qalbi li mur ġeħow. Għal-raġuni waħda, għaxina għadni kapaċi nagħmel kollox. Jekk nsajjar, jekk naħseb, jekk kollox.
Anna talbet l-għajnuna tal-YMCA.
Ġejt aċċettata mal-ewwel, malli tħall għandhom ħassejt dik ċertu mħabba li kontili ma nħossa di. U kif naħab hemmhekk. I've got a new family now. And I feel loved. What else can I say?
Għal-Anna, apparti li spiċċat bla dar, l-aktar ħaġa li keddita kienet li ġiet imċaħda milli tara l-nepotija tagħha.
Nixtieq naqta li jgħatnej u narraħ. Ma nafx, I just hug her and wanted to let go.
Għal-Anna, Alla ħares ma kienx il-YMCA.
Dik l-importanti għalija kienet jiena li laqawni u dawni saqfu rasmi, minix nolqod barra. Bħalma u ħafna nies f'sitwazzjoni bħal li jorqdu barra. Min qed jara l-intervista nitlobhom turu solidarità mal-YMCA u kull min jista' jikkontribju bi-flus u kull ħaġa jgħinhom. Għax dan nies vera jgħinu lil min hu bżonn u min m'għandux dar.
Thank you so much, Anthony, for that moving. I got goosebumps. Presentation, statistics, that we understand what's happening in Malta. And I think this morning, this afternoon, we did a whole kind of circle and came back to the whole concept of the social value, but also that housing should be an infrastructure of care. If we're not going to implement that care, within the system, that compassion, I don't think we can move forward. So this kind of takes us back to how we started with that little story of the modern dweller. However, now it's time, we have time for questions. I will stop talking because I can talk for the world. And the floor is now yours. So Charles, for sure, because Jeremy. Fortis.
I'm Charles Pace. I teach social policy. I'm very impressed by the lot of goodwill and a lot of worry. I'm also impressed by the resourcefulness and the variety of services that are being done by the Housing Authority. I'm also impressed by the words of Rita Silva, who's telling us that unless we treat things structurally, then it's all in vain. Basically, I think her message should be repeated on the roofs because many people don't see it, and it's very important. I think basically she's telling us that we're simply digging ourselves into a hole, and we're going to come into the same state of Portugal, and the different countries are going to take more time, some of them more time than others, but the way things are happening is that if we build on subsidies, we are taking the money of the taxpayer and giving them to the people who want to make profit. And if we don't control that, our major effort is going to be in vain. And there is something which is very precious, and this is home ownership. Once you've got a home, it's your own, then you know that future generations of your children will at least have stability. If we build on rent, that means that instability will remain. We're also investing not only in Malta, not only in subsidies, but also in deregulation. I mean, we're very happy because it has happened that owners have renewed with the same conditions with a great majority, but it doesn't give any safety for the future. What can be done? I believe, but I would like the experts to tell me whether I'm right from what they think, that unless we have direct competition between non-profits and for-profits, then the profits will be excessive. Because we're building on this myth that if there's too much profit, somehow it will work itself out. Somehow it will solve itself. I think we're being foolish, and if we miss that, we're going to miss the boat, and everybody will be in the same queue as Portugal, some countries taking more time than the others. So, the government should invest not only in helping, in Malta we talk about social housing and then affordable housing, and then there's the rest, and the government does very little, which I think is praiseworthy as it is. But unless you have a solid policy in which, like before the 1980s, we have substantial involvement of people who provide housing not for profit, then it's our fault if housing becomes an asset and it's a way of making money.
Thank you. We can take another question, Fortis, and then.
Thank you and congratulations for everything. The need of affordable housing is an actual thing in all of our countries, of course, but at the same time, myths, fear, prejudice often, doesn't let us do the debate the right way. So I would like to, ask for two myths to our panel in order to, give us your comments and your insight. Myth number one. Affordable housing hurts the quality of local communities. Affordable housing hurts the quality of local communities. And myth number two, affordable housing is a burden on taxpayers and municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. And we can, Graciela, take just one last question and then we'll let the panelists, the speakers answer.
Okay, thank you.
It is, well, first, a very quick question to our friend of YMCA. One of the reasons of homelessness, or at least, if not the reason, an association, which happens quite often in Portugal, is that a part of the street population has addictive behavior to alcohol or drugs. Does it happen also here in Malta? Does it have an expression considering the size of the population, of course? Second thing is a more general comment, and I'm speaking against myself as well. We talk a lot about supporting young people and the problem of access of young people to housing in a context of increasing elderly societies. And one of the reasons for this is because as home ownership is so strong in the countries that have been discussed here, normally old people have access to property. That is fine, but thinking what Rita said, when we cross policies, one of the problems that is pending more and more over families is the fact that some of the we have increased a lot the time that we spend on earth.
Yes.
That is fine, but the issue is that part of this time is not life expectancy with quality. People become more and more dependent. One of the problems in Portugal is the prices of the places where old people can stay with quality. It's not like a depot of old people. And what kind of solutions do you see for this, considering that aging won't stop? I mean, it's not reversible. If societies evolve, we'll have larger proportions of old people and problems with independence of these people. What kind of solutions do we see? Because I think we tend to look too much just for the young generation.
Thank you. I don't know who wants to start from you.
There is no evidence about the myths, but what we know, I don't know where to start because there were a lot of comments. There is, I think the discussion that perhaps brings two things together is about the care of society for the most vulnerable ones, and elderly is definitely one part, and home property and ownership does not necessarily guarantee care as well, because you have people that they need to work, and what we all facing lately is the fact that all this welfare system was very much dependent on the family possibility and the extensive family to put time and energy to take care of the people that is loosened up, because more and more we all need to contribute with our resources, bringing in income. So you don't have the traditional thing, and we need to really change. But that goes to the perception of welfare of a state. And there is where I think all policies are lacking. I mean, most policies are very much focusing on accommodation on the property and so on. So there's still need to be, because, for example, aging population is one thing, care for them is one thing, but there are more groups in the population that will need care, and they will need sustainable care over the course of the years. So we cannot exclude them, and we cannot exclude this part of the population into the care that and the needs that they rise. So I think there is no answer, but definitely is very much triggering into the part that we need to take a more holistic views when we are discussing our housing policies and include more coordination into that. I very much appreciated that the taxpayers should not really cover the subsidies forever. Nevertheless, I mean, we cannot afford not to consider a cost to our taxes, and where the limit lies, I think we only test and fail but the point is that for test and failing, we don't have a mechanism to recover and monitor and change and adjust to what the balance will be. I don't think anyone has the right balance right now, and we don't have the answer right now, but we have never, let's say, we don't have the reflex also to adjust to the evolving situations that we are facing as societies as well. There is no answers to this. It's good and critical to think on things. And as I said also, I think it's a critical component for the societies What we don't value at all in the discourse over the course of the years is what it means to have a society that cares for the most vulnerable. So we cannot answer the myth what to have an affordable housing would mean for a society. We never measured that. We haven't valued what it means to treat on time in your healthcare system because we never able to measure what the consequences of someone not treated will be to the society. We never measured what it means to have someone suffering the health consequences of not having an affordable housing. We never turned this dialogue all around to know what it cost us. And if we need this type of exercise, at least to convince the rest, I think we should dare the research as well in this direction as well.
To add on what you have just said as well, a case in point is this story of a 76-year-old who she doesn't want to go to an elderly house because she's still independent enough to cook, independent enough to live on her own. So basically, we're still way behind in when it comes to active aging and the issue of homelessness increase over the age of 60 plus. So I think that, as you said, when it comes to this, we need to bring more stakeholders and create more discussions. To your question about addictions, in Malta there are specific shelters for addictions, but of course, yes, we did see that addictions can lead to homelessness. Homelessness is a multifaceted, I would say, social problem. But what I can say, and from my experience in working with YMCA for the past 15 years, where before we had more people who became homeless because of gambling, alcohol, drugs, this has increased mostly because there are specific shelters providing services for this, so people go there. What I would say is when it comes to the financial issues, that particular bracket that we have put there is really about financial issues. It's really about salaries not increasing, renting issues increase. So people who could not make it on their own, again, this story, who is not able to pay with her pension 800 euros rent for 1 month. What I can say is we did an exercise 2 weeks ago. We have 52 residents in total living with us. Mostly they are all working. Mostly they have full-time employment. However, the average salary they earn, because they are low-skilled workers, an average salary is 620 euros. So if you do a Google search just now on the renting prices in Malta, for sure with 620 euros, you won't be able to rent or move out completely independently in society.
So, starting from the end, I think that it's a very good question to think about not just the young people housing policy, but for old people. And we received in a bit in our organization where I was a lot of demands from old people that yes, usually the state what provides is the possibility of institutionalization. They don't want, but a lot of times they need just some kind of assistance, and sometimes they need smaller but more accessible housing and assisted but independent. And I think this is not being talked and discussed, and I think it is a very important issue because also old people are not being very vocable and organized around this, and this should be done. I want to say that I completely agree with the first comment. I don't have better words. It's exactly what I wanted to say. This image of digging a hole without an end. And what I want to say is that I remember suddenly I was remember Carlo Polanyi, where he says that we are living in an age that the market is above society needs, and we need the market embedded in society, and a society has to regulate the market according to our needs. but we also need certain things that need to be completely or partially decommodified. Because there are certain things that should be services and goods that are so essential that need to be out of the market, socialized, or well regulated and controlled. That's it. And this is, I think and this connects with your intervention because it is ideological too, is very much, we are talking about, we live in an hegemonic neoliberal thinking today. We need to challenge this kind of thinking because it is not serving human and social needs. We see inequality advancing. We see, all the presentations show this, so it is not working. It is not working, is what we need to say. So in terms, for example, this kind of myths, I think these kind of myths are very ideological and, and it is very much the neoliberal thinking that is touching already this far right because they are so hand in hand, isn't it? And is the political consequences of this rising inequality and not having access to these social goods is what is promoting, and we are seeing it developing everywhere. In Portugal, we didn't have far right 5-6 years ago. Now it is the third political force. It is amazing. But yes, so I think that the first one, affordable housing injures the quality of neighborhoods, is very much connected to prejudice, isn't it? But we need to say that what hinders the quality of neighborhoods is poverty, exclusion, and everything that comes with that, isn't it? And the second one, that is the affordable burden tax payers, isn't it? I think here we need to be careful with two things. One is that we need to think what kind of affordable are we talking about, okay? Because I think there are certain schemes that I really think that they damage the taxpayers' money, but others not. So we need to see what kind of affordable housing, what is the scheme? Because today we are talking everything is affordable housing and putting everything in the same bag. We need to see, to distinguish. The second thing is that I think that taxpayers, who are the taxpayers today, is the working class and the middle class. And I think they are having low incomes and a tax burden that is heavy, because we know that there are a lot of other sectors that are not paying taxes, isn't it? So of course they are feeling so much burden that we need to address the tax justice in a broader terms instead of going through this kind of ideological and that deceives the real problem of the taxpayers' money.
Thank you for that. I think we need to wrap up and take the conversation over lunch. So thank you for being here. I will just give a few little overviews, and I think I've put this up, these slides, because I really think it summarizes that the issue, that all of the issues that we've spoken about, which is structural and institutional, ideological too. So it's time to rethink the whole system in itself, right? And move away from what we had this morning, maybe scheme-based, but something which is more interconnected, based on collaborative processes. So I find this image, which is just from a book that's come out recently on radical pathways to housing, and they really identify the issue around GDP and ask this very pertinent question: what is wrong with GDP? And I think this is the elephant in the room that all of us have been discussing. this morning and this afternoon, and describes it really well. It's about measuring, which is so much intricate to a positivist, neoliberal understanding of society. And we need to shift from that position, right? We need to move away from number crunching, from measuring, from size, exactly, because there's a lot that gets to be missed when we use just an economic metric. So it's about, don't capture, as all our three last panelists told us, that we don't capture anything about quality. And as human beings, this is exactly what we are after, flourishing quality of good life. We also, it only focuses on, as I said earlier, on size, which means it doesn't look at how it harms, right, or benefits people in the planet. And I think, Jorge, you just actually was spot on, actually, Fortis, spot on what you asked. Does it hurt? Yes, it does. And that's exactly what they're saying. And please know that all of this has been based on a feminist approach, which we often don't want to talk about, right? But feminism has a lot to tell us when it comes about politics of recognition, the politics of the redistribution of wealth in itself, and who deserves it and whose duty it is to actually be accountable for all of this. So this is a very big question that I always ask, both in the classroom and everywhere that I go. Whose duty is it to care? I think, all of us have a part in it, but I do believe that the state should intervene. And to conclude, the impact of economic activity on well-being and social prosperity needs to be included in our understanding of how the economy is going to prosper, but also to include the social and cultural dimension, which we keep ignoring. And of course, decision-making, governance, which we spoke about a lot as well. So decisions about the economy should be guided by a metric, right, that looks at the whole picture. We all said it today, holism, right? And measures what matters. So again, I put out a call to anyone who's in a position of power to listen to social scientists, to listen what we have gathered, insights from society, because we have indicators, we understand social patterns, and we can be, looking at the future by holding on to what society is currently telling us with a historical and a cultural perspective. I will end there, but before I stop, I want to assure you that these presentations, with the consent of our speakers, will be disseminated after the presentation. After the break, as you know, there's going to be a stakeholders engagement meeting. I know that some of you, most of you have, will be attending. But we will also be presenting as SOS Malta. As I mentioned earlier, Claudia is tireless, right? So she also put forward, we have a very interesting project called Come Home, and that SOS Malta is involved in. And it's looking directly at housing and migration. And again, this is another elephant in the room, and it is a project that is looking at migratory patterns across Europe. There's Malta, Greece, and Italy that are involved, and it will basically will be exploring this perspective in the afternoon, and we'll be spending about an hour discussing these perspectives. And we really urge you to attend, because we want to hear from you. If we don't hear from you, then we cannot move forward. And of course, whilst we're there, I will be introducing you to our researchers who are also here in the audience, and you get to meet them as well. So I'd like to thank you for being patient, for listening, and for being here. Thanks to everyone. We can all go for lunch now.
Being discriminated or not while looking for accommodation, while trying to be independent in the house, in their own housing. And the basis and the basis posed by the research is what will allow us to better understand not only the challenges, but also the opportunities available in the countries, to understand potential best practices that have been implemented, and also to then compile them into the toolkits that we are aiming at elaborating. And as I said, these toolkits, we want them to be as practical as possible. So they will have a special focus on supporting people working directly and on the ground on an everyday basis with people with migratory background, in order to allow them to try, at least, to prevent and to tackle the issue of housing discrimination faced by these people. One thing to specify is that the toolkits themselves will also be shared among relevant stakeholders. So they're not going to be kept secret or just shared with institutions, but we want to make them as more available as possible to any stakeholder interested in getting to know what's being developed in these years. And then, of course, as an EU-funded project that also aims as changing policies, everything that will be produced by our consortium within these two years will be then compiled into a policy recommendation paper that we aim at submitting to the EU when, of course, that will happen at the end of the project, where we will have the basis for then addressing the issue at hand. So this is the timeline. We are here. So we are meeting at in Malta, our second peer visit. There has been a first peer visit in Turin 6 months ago. The research is starting. The quantitative part of the research is starting. It will take some months. And then the analysis of the results of the research will be carried out, and we will meet again together, all partners in Greece next year. And then this is the list of the, deliverables that we aim at having at hand at the end of the project itself. Just one thing I'd like to mention. Hearing the voices of the real protagonists of housing discrimination by collecting the data during the quantitative research, it's already a great start. Then we thought that an effective way of better conveying the message to the general public was to hear their voices for real. So that's why we aim at having a podcast series with the real voices of the people with migratory background that have experienced discrimination in access to housing, in order to reach, again, the general public, that to bridge more between whatever it's perceived as more institutional or just held by a limited fora of actors, to something very concrete that the citizens themselves can even relate to, or can at least understand better. So the presentation is over. This is the Come Home project, but as I said, we really want to hear your potential thoughts on not only on the project itself, but on your personal experience when it comes to personal as professionals, but also personal, why not? It depends. When it comes to discrimination in access to housing, we know that we are looking at discrimination in access to housing with specific lenses, which are the lenses of being more aware of what's happening to people with migratory background. So it may also diverge of what you do on an everyday basis and the kind of vulnerabilities that you may be more aware of or maybe supporting more. But these are the 3 questions that allow me to open the floor to the public here, if anybody has some answers to these questions or some reflections upon them. quiet. Very quiet. No thoughts? Yeah, please.
Disar Bashir from UNHCR Malta. When we say discrimination, this is interpreted with a number of issues, depend of the person who can interpret it. Sometimes the people, you don't have enough awareness, you don't know his right. When he talk about discrimination for issue, it means that by himself, he said, yes, I'm applying for housing, or not because he maybe applied with the wrong way or something like this. I think before we put this, you should awareness the people, let him know his rights, a person. After that, when we have discrimination, we can get his right. I think this is when we put it discrimination, it is to put it late after the person know where is his position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There's actually a very good point here that makes me think about the recent conversations that we had in finalizing the questionnaire for the people with migratory background that we will submit and have actually in-person interviews to them. The term discrimination doesn't come that often within the questionnaire, because the real point within the questionnaire is to get their perception of how they have been treated during their process of looking for accommodation. Then there is a specific question on, have you felt being discriminated in trying to look for an apartment, for example? And how would you describe this? Like, what are the real facts that make you think that you have been discriminated? So I see very much your point, and I think that the starting point of not framing and putting into a box an action or a perception of the action by the person with migratory background, it's already it's an important way to start and to better put the other person in the condition of expressing his own or her own situation, and then better understand if it's an act of discrimination or not. And vice versa, by the way, because that also starts from awareness raising, but that has to be performed at local level and very much on the ground, which is not the aim of the project, because we can't simply have that kind of access to the beneficiaries of our activities. That's the thing. I don't know if you want to add anything to the research part, Julia, to the questionnaire itself, if you feel like. Giulia Testa from MMC, she's leading the research component of the project.
Thanks, and sorry for displacing you. But I just thought that maybe my voice is not loud enough. It's loud, but maybe not enough. Just very quickly, I completely agree with you that discrimination is one of the many problems that people with a migratory background can face in accessing housing. And indeed, if I am not aware of what my rights are, maybe I'm not even able to understand what is discrimination and what is, what are other types of obstacles. And indeed, as Francesca was mentioning, we are asking questions in the questionnaire about several different types of problems that the respondents, who are all people with a migratory background, the different type of problems that they might be facing. So one set of questions is specifically about what they perceived as discrimination, but we're also asking about other obstacles, other problems, because we want to actually address the issue from different sides and from different points of view, to make sure that we're not missing out on information just because we take for granted that the respondents are able to identify discrimination. So I think it's actually a very relevant comment, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Julia. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, it's not so much to answer to your questions, but anyway, my personal experience was, I think, 10 or 12 years ago, we were involved in Portugal in a research about discrimination in access to housing market. And I'm curious about methodology, because if I did understand correctly, you said that you were going to conduct quantitative and qualitative questionnaires.
Yes.
By the description you made, this is just the qualitative part. So I'm wondering what is the quantitative part, please, thank you.
Thank you for the question, because indeed we skipped the more technical, let's say, part of the conversation, because we didn't know to what extent you would be interested, but thank you for demonstrating that conversations on data are not too boring. So the methodology includes different methods of data collection. We're going to conduct quantitative surveys with people with from a migratory background. We're also going to conduct focus group discussions with them to complement the quantitative data with qualitative, more in-depth information. And I'm not sure whether it was mentioned already. I think not. We're actually also including in the qualitative methods key informant interviews with stakeholders that are relevant for access to housing. This includes landlords, rental agencies, public housing authorities, because we think that it's important to gather, the perspective of people with a migratory background on their experience, but it's also important to hear the point of view of the other side of the conversation. So we're also interviewing those who can give or prevent access to housing, to try and understand what is the perspective related to working or interacting with migrant tenants or tenants with a migratory background. What are the challenges that they identify, and what kind of measures could actually help them or incentivize a different answer, a different response when it comes to access to housing for people with a migratory background. So it's 3 different methods: key informant interviews and focus group discussion from a qualitative perspective, and surveys from a quantitative perspective. Did I answer your doubt? Yes? Thank you.
Exactly. She better say it. Yeah.
Hello, thank you. Faye from Solidarity Now. I used to be a project manager for a housing program for asylum seekers during 2016-2018 in Greece. I just wanted to make a point on the issue of discrimination. I remember there were many cases. At that time, the organization was responsible for the rentals. So we were directly contracted with the owners and not the asylum seekers. Still, though, it's very interesting that the owners had some preferences with regards to, who would be living in this apartment. So, for example, after, everything that we were reading on the media, and we were seeing all the pictures of the Syrian families coming to Greece, etc., people were much more, open to have a family from Syria in their apartment than, for example, single men from Pakistan. So we were getting this, although we were renting the apartments, we ensured the rent would be paid on time, so it wasn't an issue of any financial or uncertainties or other risks. But it's interesting that still they were interested in who would be living in my apartment. Yeah, just this point I wanted to make.
Oh, yeah, please.
You didn't mention that you're from Solidarity Now, which is Thessaloniki's organizational colleague that will be undertaking the survey phase from that organization. Thank you. I wanted to say it.
Yes, please. Yes.
So I work with the Jesuit Refugee Service, Malta. I think the first thing that comes to mind with regards to discrimination accessing to housing when it comes to asylum seekers and refugees is the documentation. So basically the idea that most landlords or general public, I guess, they don't know what the documents are and what they're referring to. So they don't see a passport or a normal ID card and they'll be like, no, you cannot access housing. So I think that's the most first barrier that they're facing.
Thank you. Leah Togel from Impact Housing Foundation. I think these days that we're speaking, and today especially, it's quite clear that in the Mediterranean countries, we need to work quite a lot on this topic because we need to deal with the private market because of the huge amount of homeowners. So we heard, for example, in Malta that the access to the benefits and the programs for the housing are equal for all, so everyone can apply. I think this is quite for granted, should be. But what happens when I just look for a house in the free market? And we are realizing that this is very difficult, even in cities where you do have a housing offer. So actually apartments are not missing, but people with migratory background cannot find an accommodation because there is a misunderstanding of documents, because there are prejudices, because we don't know exactly why, and this is why we're conducting the research. And we chose the naming of migratory background and not refugees or asylum seekers, because we realized that also people that have been living in the countries for a long time still have these issues. Okay, so also the question about rights, which is really important. I think people don't know their rights, but also there is a lot of unclearness of what is legal and what is illegal. In the States, for example, not that the situation is amazing, but they have an act, Anti-Discriminatory Housing Act. And there are some things which are recognized as illegal to do. And this makes it possible also to have information booklets in different languages and so on that say, if you encounter this kind of behavior, you can call this and this number, because there is a national act against discrimination. It's generally about discrimination, and there is a section of housing. And we don't have such thing in Europe. And when we wrote the proposal, we were looking at that and said, we don't have that. And we get the stakeholder engagement in Turin, people telling us over and over again how the private rental agencies get a lot of files of apartments, and it's written on them, no foreigners. Is it legal? Can you do that? Maybe yes, maybe a private homeowner can just decide who they want to rent their house to. Maybe yes, but maybe there is a borderline here. So again, this research and what we're doing is trying also to verify if some solutions that are made available in other places could become available also in our countries and in Europe. And one thing that we already did, and I don't know if we have published it yet or if we can publish it, we have a best practice gallery. So we did collect some best practices of projects and actions that are already, let's say, solving or going in a direction of solving this issue. And they are very diverse. They go from communication campaigns about awareness raising to guarantee systems, to anti-discriminatory acts, and so on and so forth. Yes.
I think
well, discrimination is multifaceted, it's multidimensional, right? It's not about, it's perception, it's about storytelling, it's about equality, how we perceive the other person as being a human being. And I think what we're missing, and I think the media has a lot to, you know, to explain really, because all we hear about is negative stories. But when you really understand society, and I'm aware that this happened in Greece, the minute that the Greeks, the Maltese, the Italians, and I think I can cut across and generalize, the minute they hear that a human story, it shifts. So I've been hearing here and there, even from older Maltese people, how amazing it is to have a migrant, a male migrant who can help them fix the bulb, for example. So there are these stories that don't actually come out. I am aware that even in our economic scenario, especially things that are related to food, right, have changed because they're influencing. Say, for example, I'm aware there's a small shop that produces coffee in the inner parts, inner harbor of Malta. And they told me how they had to change their product, increase even their production because of migrants, right? Especially they were saying how South Africans drink coffee differently, they bake the beans differently, so on and so forth. And I think this aspect of how economically how we can enhance both social and economic issues do not come out. A few years ago, I had the pleasure with some of my colleagues to organize an amazing event called Breakfast on the Bridge. And we actually went on a bridge and used food to introduce each other. So we asked, you know, local people, local stakeholders, migrants that are of the community, of the locality to come forward. And it was a total success. I could not see at any point, I know I'm aware, you know, that food brings people together and it overcomes a lot of these fears. So I think these are things that really, really, really need to come out more in the media instead of demonizing migration. No society has been still since we can even remember. You know, we've always moved. Movement was very much part of the evolution of humanity. So, you know, this whole issue of borders, of who's allowed and who isn't allowed, it's a very colonial mentality. It is about power at the end of the day. So I think it's a matter of trying to find, you know, within the structural forces, ways of being creative. How can creativity lure the market, right? How can we bring them on our side? Because the market is there to stay. Unfortunately, we are living in neoliberal times, and the perception of the landlord, and I'm very happy to be part of this project because we're exploring that. Some landlords are actually small landlords, they don't have the money. And if, like myself, I've invested so much in my home, home is about the self, home is about who you are as a human being, okay? So when you invest so much of yourself, you do want someone to come into your house and take care of it and to pay you in time. Because obviously if you're dependent on that income, so we see a whole chain happening. What we sought to do with the law that we explained earlier, because I was part of that, you know, the development of that law, because I collected the research. And one of the things that was very, very, very clear was the fear of the unknown. And we took that seriously, Joanna. We remember how many conversations we had. We did take it seriously. And I think there's one thing, at least good thing about the law, that actually it allows the tenant to put forward a complaint. And you can stay anonymous. So I think that was a way we tried. find a way how, because tenants were telling us, landlords, the big landlords, they don't want to give us a contract, they don't want to declare how much money they're putting in the contract, they're asking us for a lot of money for deposit. So there were all of these issues. So we thought that if you give the opportunity for the tenant to actually register a complaint and remain anonymous, and they're exploring blacklisting as well now, it could be one way of reducing that inequality. I'm positive, and I'm going to pass the mic to you, that there's a lot more that needs to be done, and no law it should remain static. Right? So the idea is to test, try it, collect data, and improve. And I pass it to Joanna because I know that I know that you're directly working with hearing stories. Yes.
No, my earlier outburst of this morning, I was feeling a little bit, I was upset. And I think I was upset because when the Residential Leases Act came into force, after much collaboration with lots of NGOs, and we were consulted as the only tenant. It's not even an NGO, it's kind of an organic platform. Because basically the residential leases law had all these experiences recorded by Malta Tenant Support, which informed the law. So it is extremely detailed, you know. The reason why we insisted that the notice had to be 3 months, whatever the length of the contract, by the landlord, and it had to be by registered mail. In other words, if they were called upon, the landlord had to prove that they gave 3 months notice. Was pre-residential leases law, landlords were giving 1 week's notice of a rent hike of 200-300 euros a month. And effectively, the tenants had to stay in the property because they didn't have time to move. So the 3 months are there to ensure it's the only rent calming measure that we could. I mean, there was a lot of pressure by the landlord lobby to basically have it all their way. This is the only rent calming measure that remains from that consultation. I know it's not really to do with the topic, but of migration and discrimination, but I think more fundamental than discrimination, we have to insist that the law is applied to where everyone is concerned, to the letter, and the housing authority staff need to be trained in understanding what the law is saying. And I'd just like to add as well, I have seen many conversations where families with children or with pets are actually being discriminated against as well. So this is, it's like the landlord, and I know where they're coming from to an extent, but, you know, it's not it's, you know, people have pets, people have children. I mean, if we didn't have children, you know, that should be an illegality, discriminating against families, you know? Anyway.
Thank you so much for this. And it's actually very much in line because, I mean, these projects specifically concentrate on people with migratory background, but it explores discrimination. And it's very clear for us that if we could come up or suggest, recommend, as we want to do, an anti-discriminatory act for Europe, this would be a generally anti-discriminatory. And about this last point about children, I think we heard it in Turin as well. And there we are also asking ourselves some difficult questions about pre-existing laws. So for example, also in Turin, people tend to have less families with children, not so much because the children are noisy or ruin the house, but because if they want to pay the rent, it would be impossible to evict them. So there is a really good law that prevents from families to end up in the street, but no protection to the landlord. So if this landlord, like most of the Italian landlords, is a person that doesn't have huge properties, no, ends up with a family that does not pay the rent for years, actually that person could go in poverty. Of course, but again, this is the reason on the qualitative part, we really want to hear also the voices of landlords. So not to forget that some reasons go beyond racism or preferences to different kinds. Again, complex, but we hope not impossible. Because sometimes complex you say, and this means that you cannot do anything, no?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to say that for sure discrimination is an integration problem. Okay. The second thing is that I'm a geek. Okay, I love Lord of the Rings. I love Star Wars. I love, you know, DC or Marvel. Yeah, Eurovision also. Well, so let's talk about the parallel universe. Let's say that we're in a parallel universe and, you know, there's no discrimination. Have we won the battle, you know, against the integration problem? Well, the short answer is no. And the main issue is that even if there is no discrimination, there is not an action plan of jobs, you know, cultural things, education. So even if we are in a world of angels, in a parallel universe, as we said, discrimination is in fact an obstacle in order to go to the next step. So it might be really interesting to find out in this project and in the research. Sorry for that, Faye. For the extra task, perhaps. It's interesting to find out if we know everybody do its task and answer the question of discrimination. Is the government ready to absorb, you know, all these people and you know, help them become part of the country and the culture, etc. Because if not, well, it's a great project, but you know, the answer is going to lead the way on how we are going to move on after, you know, the first step of fighting discrimination, because it's not just, you know, the first battle in Helm's Deep in the Lord of the Rings. Sorry for the reference. It's, you know, it's just the first step. So it would be interesting to find out, you know, what else we should, in the same time, fight in order to, you know, find our way in this.
Okay. Well, I'm part of the project, collaborating for Thessaloniki, and I'm very happy we are into this research. The parallel.
I'm not the only one, eh? I'm not the only one.
No, I just wanted to say that actually when we started, we realized there has not been any other research with this question.
Hello.
In Greece. There's not a lot of data and research generally on housing in Greece.
So I would be very happy to know more, Jorge, about how you did it in Portugal and what were, I would really like to know more. But anyway, I think it's like an entry point, because as more of you said, in a market that is already very unequal, very discriminating, with different groups facing all sorts of exclusions and strong structural issues around it with, let's say, the financial one being I mean, if you don't have a job, if you don't have income, you have to compete in a market with limited options. So here we're looking for this difficult questions. How are migrants and refugees discriminated with? They have another layer of discrimination, let's say. That's why I think the intersectional perspective here is also a challenge for the research, because it will bring, you know, different combinations of profiles and identities that are like families with children, or single men, or unemployed, or people with disabilities, people with different sexual orientation. So they face different sorts of discrimination. So it's also difficult to ask for people that have this holistic experience in their lives to specify what is discrimination out of what they're facing out there. And if they can isolate it and name it as such. And it's indicative that in a small research that had been made for refugees, I don't know if Solidarity Now was involved or if it was the UNHCR, but it's interesting to see that when people were asked, what were your difficulties in accessing housing, discrimination would only appear for 2%. But before that, they would have, I don't have the money to pay, I don't have a job, I don't know the language, I don't have papers. So there were so many other issues. So it will be, I think, when we come to the analysis, it will be difficult to disconnect or, you know, isolate these different facets of obstacles faced. But at the same time, it's very interesting, and this is the challenge, to understand, to make visible and bring awareness about these extra difficulties, hardships, and layers of exclusion that people with migratory background are facing, because it's there also. It's there in the outcomes, the housing outcomes. They're housed in the worst houses. In Greece, for example, we have this, when looking at the settlement of the structure, let's say, of the housing market, there is this term that has been introduced by Thomas Maloutas, and it's called about vertical segregation. And you can see that migrant population lives in the worst part of the housing stock, in basements, lower floors, backsides of the houses, in worse conditions, older houses. So it means that they're together, of course, with poverty, unemployment, and other institutional barriers, there is a kind of disadvantage that we have to understand and make visible. So it's a kind of, also, I see this research as a part of this approach of trying to put language into this experience and then bring awareness on it, even by the people that are experiencing it, but they don't know it is this, they don't know if they're discriminated. Are they facing a different attitude from the, let's say, market or the holders of the housing, or not? So it's a good, I think it's a good entry point and a challenging, and I'm very happy that we will be seeing what this can bring up.
Sorry, just to jump in, but I was thinking about the comment on, you know, discrimination. Is discrimination the beginning, the end, or the conversation, etc.? But I was also thinking about the broader content of this morning's conference on housing. I think that, you know, my personal takeaway from today is that this project is not the end point of anything. This project, I think, sits in the middle of two very complex conversations that need to continue, because they need much more discussion. One conversation is, what is the role of housing in our societies? To what extent has the housing system been functioning, and to what extent has it been failing for everyone, including people with a migratory background. On the other hand, of course, and we know that considering that our main focus is working on migration, of course, solving discrimination would not solve all the challenges connected to migration and displacement. And I think that this is, I mean, you were talking about local integration until there is a planning on migration response at the European level, which includes also a planning for people to have a job, to have a home, etc. Of course, ending discrimination would not magically make that all migrants and refugees are integrated. But these are complex conversations that at least are gaining more traction, or hopefully they're gaining more positive attention. I don't think we will be magically solving everything with Come Home, but what we aim to do is to contribute to one side, one facet of the conversation that we believe, and many actors told us they believe is one of the topics that is often left out, both in conversations regarding migration and migrants integration. And sorry, when I say migrants, I also refer to refugees and other people from a migratory background. Housing is often left out, and we focus on more either more immediate or more popular issues. But it's also often left out of the conversation when it comes to housing. So the project tries to cover the gap in both conversations and provide some more information to make sure that these discussions do include people with a migratory background in a more holistic way.
And just to complement on this, and to add on what your very interesting reflection talked about, excluding institutions with huge barriers from actions like this would be completely ineffective. That's why we wanted municipalities, but only to formally support the project, but to be involved, to be connected to us in a very active way. Because at the local level, small changes can be done in policies when it comes to inclusion, when it comes to acts against discrimination at all levels, and when it comes to discrimination in the housing sector. But that can't be done without involvement of the people. At very local level, though, but still, that's the way to scale up. Sorry, Rachel, you want to provide the
Yes, I guess you can speak to Julia and Maria. Yeah. We're here, we want to listen. Just a very quick thing I want to say. I think what we're talking about is a network of discrimination, a network of inequalities, which can't be, you can't say it's the lender, you can't say it's the state, you can't say, it's a whole network. And I think, Joanna, one of the things we're missing out is the real estate agents. I have recently been, because obviously when you have a passion, you continue doing research even if you're not commissioned to do it, right? And the real estate agents are once again, the ones that are giving the wrong information to migrants. So they're telling them, including the lawyers within the estate agents, the lawyers with large companies that employ third country nationals, right, and give them the right to work, they're telling them that you don't need a contract, that you can just actually leave by giving a 1 month's notice, and that the registered mail is not obligatory. So I am talking, yes, not research, but I have, when you pick up on a narrative and you people come and tell you those experiences, and it's like, but we have a law. This is in clause 1.1. You know, you send it to them, and some agencies, I spoke to them, and they were like, but you know, you can just leave. And I'm like, no, then why am I registering? Why am I paying 15% tax? Right? So I think there is information that still needs to be put out there, and we make sure that the real estate agents, because they have an agenda to actually get more commission. And they were the ones, when we did the research, you were pretty involved, that we found that actually it wasn't the landlords, it's the estate agents that spiraled the markets the way they did. So they were giving the wrong advice. So yes, so they asked you to, so what we did in Malta is we have a 1 year, which is considered a long-term rent. We didn't want it like that. We wanted 5 years, then then we reduced to 3, and then we agreed on a 1. You remember the whole debate at Parliament, you know? And there are 6-month deferral periods, so you cannot. I think it's done.
Yeah, both.
It's a sign. What we say is that the essay is found a way by telling tenants you have 6 months to defer yearly, and I want to talk. Please still bypass the law. There's actually why I asked for a mechanism. Yes.
Okay. Is there any other thoughts that want to be shared? Otherwise, I think, yes? Okay. Otherwise, I think that time for us is, yeah, done. And thank you all for joining the interesting conversation and for being that active. It was a pleasure.